1-855-ELOQUENT.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Mike had been a firefighter for over 20 years until one day...
I'm in full gear. The stairwell was dark and just kind of missed a step and felt pain in my right knee.
And the pain didn't go away. Turns out he'd torn his meniscus.
It definitely affected my work and my play.
So he decided it was time to get help. Yes, he considered surgery. However,
I did some homework and just thought that the stem cell procedure would work out better for me.
And he called Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And now you can go running into burning buildings again, huh?
100%. There's nothing slowing me down at work. I'm a tennis player, a mountain biker, and I'm able to do all of that after the procedure.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I recommend it to the guys that I work with, to people in my personal life. I would definitely recommend it.
Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Thanks for being with us. A 9-year-old boy from Indiana was convinced something was wrong when he spotted a cow in a field acting erratically, and he would not stop begging his mother to turn the car around. Wyatt Bann was heading home with his mom after getting breakfast last Tuesday when he saw a mother cow running around frantically near Eminence, 35 miles southwest of Indianapolis. She initially brushed it off, but Wyatt was relentless, so she turned around. After pulling off near a bridge, Wyatt told her to stay in the car. He's 9, saying he could fit through the fence. He then walked along State Road 42, slipped through the barbed wire, and into the pasture. While his mom shot video through the window, Wyatt approached the cow, realized her calf was stuck down the steep bank of a creek. His mother told the SWNS news agency that young Wyatt made sure the calf was out of the water, helping push the baby as it climbed the bank. Then the baby and mama cow were happily reunited. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
And this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Lonnie. Lonnie, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
We've been with the same insurance company for over 32 years. And my husband said, come on, let's at least try it. And that was the smartest thing we ever did because we saved thousands, literally thousands a year on our insurance. They improved it. It cost me less, and it was a higher value. You know, I can't say enough good things about Scott because everything that he said he'd do, he did.
What do you tell your friends they can expect when they make the call to First Mark?
An easy, profitable, and actually pleasant call. They genuinely are trying to help you, and you can't beat that. We were silly to wait so long. A couple other friends that had called, too, they said, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
You see, Lonnie did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to First Mark Insurance.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Crucial days for Ukraine.
We have 4,000 people dying every single week.
Suspect charged with driving into Vancouver crowd.
We do not believe this was an act of terrorism.
Florida boat crash.
There was a lot of injuries, craziness happening all at once.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. It's shaping up to be a crucial period for efforts to try to end the war in Ukraine. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
President Trump praised Ukraine's leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, and said the outlines of a peace deal are there.
He wants to do something good for his country. Thinks he's doing a good job, and he's working hard. We'll see what happens.
Trump and Zelensky have had a rocky few months. But now it's Russian President Vladimir Putin who Trump is criticizing after a series of deadly bombings on Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along and has to be dealt with differently, Trump posted this weekend.
I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia.
Trump told reporters he wants a deal to end the war in 2 weeks or less. But major questions about territory, security, and rebuilding remain.
A suspect faces charges after a car plowed into a crowd at a Filipino festival in Vancouver, Canada over the weekend, leaving 11 people dead. Here's CBS's Elise Preston.
Chaos and carnage after police say the driver plowed into the crowd at a block party in Vancouver.
Everyone started running, and then I hear crying, weeping.
Seeing bodies just flying in the air was incredibly shocking.
The driver of the vehicle was apprehended by bystanders and then taken into custody by police officers. Investigators identified the suspect as 30-year-old Kai G. Adam Lowe from Vancouver, who was known to police.
We've had substantive contact with them over mental health issues.
Lowe is charged with 8 counts of second-degree murder.
The U.S. Coast Guard says it's identified the boat that allegedly hit a Florida ferry, then fled the scene. 1 person was killed, 6 others hospitalized. Here's CBS's Manuel Bojorquez.
Bedlam along the banks of the Clearwater Harbor late last night after a boat near the city's Memorial Causeway Bridge crashed into the Clearwater Ferry and then took off.
Think of it like a hit and run, but on the water.
The Coast Guard says it has identified that boat. The collision sent the ferry carrying 45 people into a sandbar where it remained stuck.
There were also good Samaritans who were picking up people and taking them in their boats.
At least 1 person has died, and police say 6 patients were declared trauma alerts.
It came through where the captain sits, like he was pinned down.
Marco Vacaccio and his wife Brenda Alvarez were on board.
There was actually some paramedics that went out there and helped my children and I get off the boat.
Tomorrow marks 100 days of the second Trump term. Our latest CBS News poll finds the president's overall approval rating has fallen to 45%, down 6 points from early March. Our director of elections and surveys, Anthony Salvanto.
The movement here has come from that segment of folks who kind of were giving him a chance on the economy, not necessarily MAGA voters, but they were saying, okay, they think he can lower prices and lower inflation. And so far, they haven't seen it.
Now to Yemen, where Houthi rebels say a U.S. airstrike hit a prison holding African migrants, killing at least 68 people. There's been no response from American officials. The U.S. military has been attacking targets on Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen since March, part of a campaign to stop the group from attacking ships in the Red Sea. A judge has set a hearing for next month on the case of 3 children, ages 2, 4, and 7, deported to Honduras with their undocumented mothers. The kids are U.S. citizens. Borders are Tom Homan on Face the Nation.
The mother chose to take the children with her. Now, when you enter the country illegally and you know you're here illegally and you choose to have your citizen child, that's on you. That's not on this administration.
Court documents indicate attempts to transfer custody of the children to relatives who are U.S. citizens were refused by ICE agents. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes as long as it's coming from love then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Against the backdrop of the trade war and President Trump's stated desire to annex Canada, it's Election Day north of the border. CBS's Chris Mavridis is in Toronto.
Before Justin Trudeau quit in January, the Liberal Party's popularity reached historic lows. Then came Trump's tariffs on Canada and threats to make it the 51st state. And since then, the Liberals have doubled their support, now leading all polls with former Bank of Canada Chair Mark Carney as party leader.
Turns out the pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter that crashed into a passenger plane near Reagan National Airport in January missed an order from her co-pilot to change course.
The order from flight instructor Warrant Officer Andrew Eves to Captain Rebecca Loach came just 15 seconds before the crash. And the New York Times reports just 20 seconds before the crash, an air traffic controller asked the pilots if they had spotted the passenger jet. But investigators found that one of the pilots was pressing the microphone at the same time and didn't hear the tower. 67 people died in the crash on January 29th. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
Today, the U.S. Supreme Court hears arguments in a Minnesota case that could have major implications on the Americans with Disabilities Act. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
There are approximately 7.5 million students with disabilities that are in public K through 12 schools in the United States. So a decision by the Supreme Court saying that there has to be a higher standard to sue under the ADA could have a profound impact on students across the country.
3 former Memphis police officers will face an out-of-town jury when their state trial opens today on second-degree murder charges in the beating death of Tyree Nichols after a 2023 traffic stop. They were convicted in a federal trial last year. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The defendants argue that years of pretrial publicity make selecting an impartial jury in Memphis nearly impossible, even if the trial itself can still be set there.
New inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. From the legendary Chubby Checker to 1980s sensation Cyndi Lauper. They headline a list of inductees that includes Joe Cocker, Bad Company, Outkast, and Soundgarden. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention, if you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A piece of Titanic history is sold at auction.
British auction house Aldridge & Son says a bidder in the U.S. paid almost $400,000 for a letter written by first-class passenger Archibald Gracie just days before the ship sank. It's written in neat cursive handwriting on letterhead with a triangular red flag and a white star, printed with the words, "On board RMS Titanic." Gracie wrote, "It's a fine ship, but I shall await my journey's end before I pass judgment on her." Gracie was plunged into the icy waters of the North Atlantic before he was rescued by a lifeboat. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The Atlanta Falcons say the 21-year-old son of a team coach was responsible for a prank call to Shedeur Sanders during the NFL draft, leading the star quarterback to believe he would be picked by the Saints. He went later to Cleveland. That's the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. One person is dead and another was taken to the hospital after a shooting in Tacoma. It happened just before 7 last night near East 48th Street and East Q Street in the Salishan neighborhood. Tacoma police say the victims are a man who died at the hospital and a woman who is now in stable condition. Right now, there's no suspect information at this time. Canada is in shock this morning after a man in a car killed at least 11 people and injured dozens more. Police say the driver plowed through a street festival in Vancouver celebrating Filipino heritage on Saturday. CBS's Elise Preston is in Vancouver and has more.
It happened just as the festival was ending around 8 on Saturday night. The speeding vehicle traveling eastbound on 43rd Avenue along the path of the food trucks, striking pedestrians. The driver of the vehicle was apprehended by bystanders and then taken into custody by police officers. Investigators identified the suspect as 30-year-old Kai G. Adam Lowe from Vancouver, who was known to police.
We've had substantive contact with them over mental health issues.
As Seattle experiments with restricting traffic in Pike Place Market, KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn talked with Filipinos who have ties to the Vancouver community.
We found Lila Rosas in the kitchen of her family's Oriental Mart in the heart of the Pike Place Market. On Friday, a regular customer from Portland, Oregon, stopped by on his way to Vancouver, Canada, she says, to perform with friends in a Filipino festival.
Yes, of course, it's, devastating for us Filipinos, especially.
Canadian authorities are trying to determine why the 30-year-old driver rammed his SUV into the crowd enjoying the Saturday festival. They have said they do not believe it was an act of terrorism.
A road rage incident ends with one person in the hospital and another behind bars. It happened yesterday morning in Scott Lake.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, roll over towards me. Yep, and then sit up.
Thurston County deputies say the driver and the motorcyclist got into a fight and the driver rear-ended the motorcycle. The motorcyclist then flew onto the windshield. The driver slammed on their brakes. The motorcyclist fell off and the driver ran them over. The driver then ran away, but deputies were able to find him a short time later. They say the driver showed signs of impairment. They were both booked for DUI, vehicular assault, and felony hit and run. The motorcyclist was taken to the hospital for his injuries. Today, Governor Bob Ferguson is expected to sign a youth worker safety bill. The legislation helps ensure Washington state has the tools to protect young workers and hold bad actors accountable for the youth labor violation. It's set to happen at 1 this afternoon. It's now 6 straight series wins for the Seattle Mariners. Cal Raleigh hits his 10th home run of the season yesterday against the Miami Marlins.
Cal Raleigh, fly ball, lofted right field, number 10, inbound, gone.
Jorge Polanco was 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. J.P. Crawford hit a 2-run homer to close a 7-6 win. The M's scored 25 runs in 3 games. Logan Evans also pitched 5 innings, becoming the first Mariners pitcher since 2017 to win his MLB debut. They're off today. They host the LA Angels tomorrow. You'll catch all the action on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Just looking at some drive times right now. Tacoma to Seattle, about 23 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, 18. Renton to Bellevue, about 22 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some low clouds this morning. It will be another cool day. Highs will be in the mid-50s to low 60s. Right now, it's about 44 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, we've got a chat with News Nation host Leland Vitert on his show. It's called On Balance. It tackles the major national issues facing our country. All of that is next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio App. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Pike Place Market is going to be car-free for the most part anyway, as part of a pilot project.
This could be a fantastic opportunity for Pike Place Market.
Mayor Bruce Harrell said that he wants to make the market one of the greatest pedestrian experiences in the country.
It's just thoughtful, right? It's thoughtful to think about all of the people that would come down there.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
It's Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, here to tell you the right way to choose a roofer.
and it's not by choosing the lowest bid. Just comparing numbers? Terrible idea. A low price doesn't tell you if the job will be done right, and it definitely doesn't tell you anything about the contractor. Instead, treat hiring a roofer like a job interview. Ask them, why did my old roof fail early? What's the right solution for me, and why? Have you been around for at least 10 years? A new roof is a huge investment, and the job shouldn't go to the lowest bidder. It should go to the most qualified. At RoofSmart, we've got over a decade of experience, a team of more than 50 full-time pros, and real answers, not just numbers. Plus, we're certified, insured, and properly licensed. We'd love to apply for your roofing job. Call 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com today. That's 206-487-4877 or online at GetRoofSmart.com.
I am not famous. My hands are not enshrined in concrete on Hollywood's Walk of Fame. Paparazzi doesn't click my photo every time I leave the house. I am, however, a Club Red VIP. Amazing perks and discounts galore. So I always get star treatment at Red Wind Casino.
You're always VIP at Nisqually Redwood Casino.
It's time. The new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort is open. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Tig, tell us about it.
Our new phase features incredible extra-large RV lots with amazing unobstructed views. And talk about privacy, nothing will be developed behind them. And these lots start at just $80,000.
Natchez RV Resort has 300 days of sunshine and year-round family fun. Pickleball, playground, dog park, miles of recreational trails. Plus, you have fishing, hunting, skiing, and golf nearby. And don't forget wine tasting. Yakima Valley has been voted the #1 best wine region in the U.S.
Natchez RV Resort also features a 4,300 square foot clubhouse with gourmet kitchen, great room, fitness center, showers, and laundry. Plus, the brand new saltwater swimming pool and hot tub are open and ready for you.
Get your perfect pick of Natchez RV Resort's premium view lots, starting at just $80,000. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
I just learned 10% of our electricity in Washington comes from nuclear energy.
I've heard it's reliable and has a small footprint, but what about the waste?
It's not what you might think. No overflowing dumpsters or leaking barrels. Used fuel is safely stored in solid form after powering homes, schools, and businesses for years. All nuclear power plants in the U.S. store their used fuel responsibly to protect the environment.
Where can I learn more?
You can learn about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com. Energy Northwest, powering our clean energy future.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, I watched Leland Vittert attempt to nail Jell-O to a wall this week when he interviewed one of President Trump's campaign managers in 2016, David Bossie. Here's a clip from On Balance.
He's done more in 90 days than Joe Biden did in 4 years. And so this is the most transparent administration. This guy holds press conferences every single day in the White House. He takes questions. He's the most accessible president.
David. You can't at one hand say he's the most accessible president who holds press conferences every day. Great. It's awesome. But then get mad when people say, we're going to judge you minute by minute when you're talking in those press conferences. Which way do you want it?
No, what he's doing is he's making sure that there's transparency, that the American people see what he's doing and why he's doing it.
Leland joins us now on Seattle's Morning News. And Leland, you seemed a little frustrated.
You know, the one thing you have to be careful of when you're trying to nail Jell-O to the wall is you don't hit yourself in the thumb with the hammer.
It's true. You were pretty blunt with David Bossie. I mean, they're calling it the art of the cave in China right now.
They are, and I think with good reason. The argument coming from the Trump people now, and I think it shows you where we're at, is if you don't understand how brilliant Donald Trump is, then you're stupid, which is effectively what Bossie was trying to say. And Dave is a friend of mine, and I think he's a good guy. And boy, don't we all wish we had somebody in our corner who was as ardent a defender of us as David Bossie is of Donald Trump. But what's happening in America right now is there is a feeling of disorder, that things are out of control. The tariffs feel out of control. The markets, our 401ks, feels out of control what's happening with China, all the bellicose language. The idea that Iran may be allowed to keep part of its nuclear program but not feels out of control. Russia talking to Putin about stop, please, with bombing Kyiv. Americans don't like things out of control. And Donald Trump's way of management, if you want to call it that, is creating chaos. And you have a lot of Americans, and we see this in polling, that like a lot of what Donald Trump is talking about doing. They want better trade deals. They want America to be able to manufacture more. They don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They want a war to the end of the war in Ukraine, not only because of the dangers of it expanding, but because of how much the United States spends in treasure every year supporting it. How Donald Trump is going about that is causing him problems.
And you wrote on your warnotes.com, where you have basically your show prep list is warnotes.com. You said America's adversaries just wait a few weeks for Trump to get uncomfortable and then he caves. Is that really how world leaders view him?
It certainly seems that way. And that's dangerous because what world leaders have figured out is if you don't like what Donald Trump is doing, or you don't want to negotiate with him or meet his demands, wait a few weeks until things get uncomfortable for one reason or another, and he'll change. You know, Xi Jinping hasn't said anything really. And Donald Trump has negotiated against himself from 145% tariffs to 50% tariffs. We were told the 145% tariffs were necessary to bring back fairness. We're going to make America rich, and we're going to be used to negotiate a better deal. And then the markets got squishy, and the head of Home Depot, Walmart, and Target warned Donald Trump that there were going to be serious disruptions to supply chains, meaning there's going to be empty shelves. And he went down to 45% tariffs or 50% without getting a single thing from the Chinese. So if you're a world leader watching this, what else would you do?
Just in case anybody is thinking that you, Leland, are, squishy on this, that somehow you are part of the mainstream Democratic, whatever it is, against President Trump, you are actually pretty much a hardliner on this. You like the 145% tariff, if I'm gathering that correctly.
I could not agree more that China needs to be confronted, and confronted now and put in its place. Because for 40 years, there has been appeasement of the Chinese. It's been a bipartisan issue of their stealing our technology, of their torturing and murdering their own people. There is nothing that China does that is in the best interest of the United States except supply us with cheap stuff we buy on Amazon.
Leland Vittert, News Nation. The show is on balance, 6 p.m. Seattle time, re-airs at 9, and you also have warnotes.com. Leland, thanks for your time today.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy skies with a few showers this afternoon. Highs are in the mid-50s. Right now, it's about 44 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, G. Scott stopped by to analyze the Seahawks' recent draft picks. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Look, I never thought I'd get into skydiving, but here I am, a hot dog about to fall from heaven at T-Mobile Park. Here I go! And just like that, I'm soaring above a sea of fans and foam fingers. Watch out, Section 115. I'm coming in hot. Yes, hot dog. Nice, you got me. And now I'm smack dab in the middle of it all. Peanut vendors slinging snacks with precision, kids next to me smiling ear to ear, and the crowd roaring as Julio steps up to the plate. This place really is baseball heaven. Home run, Julio! Mariners baseball. Trident's up. I'm a hot dog!
The Mariners homestand continues this week with 2 value games against the Angels. Go to mariners.com/value to snag $10 tickets for tomorrow at 6:40 and Wednesday at 1:10. Plus, check out the complete value game schedule, including all 3 Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway games, May 27th through 29th.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, the reverse mortgage expert. Steve, mortgage rates have been dropping this year. How could that help seniors struggling to stay in their homes?
Lower mortgage rates means seniors can now get more money from their equity with a reverse mortgage. You can pay off your existing mortgage, have extra money to help with today's high cost of living, or believe it or not, you can even buy a home with a reverse mortgage. There are many uses, and best of all, you have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Every year, 4.5 million young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 visit the ER.
It's every parent's nightmare.
Umergency gives you all the tools you need to quickly and effectively manage your family's emergency. Umergency provides instant access to vital resources, customized to your student's campus and local community, digital consent form, and built-in urgent alert button. Umergency gives you peace of mind when you need it most. Download your Umergency app now.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply and retire like royalty, then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Before taking your next flight, you'll need to be prepared. Start off with a visit to RealIDWA.com.
New ID requirements for travel go into effect on May 7th, 2025.
There are multiple forms of ID you can use.
Whatever option you choose, make sure you have it with you before heading to the airport.
That way, you can travel stress-free.
Don't wait. Prepare today so we can fly together.
It's your final boarding call for Real ID.
Visit realidwa.com.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Hundreds attended Vigil Sunday for the 11 people killed and dozens injured after a car plowed into a Filipino festival on Saturday night. RJ Aquino is the chairman of the Filipino BC. He is offering advice to members of the community.
Make sure you talk to somebody. Just start talking. Don't think about what you're going to say. Ask someone how they're feeling, and then just listen.
Police arrested a 30-year-old Vancouver man at the scene of the incident on Saturday night, describing him as having had a significant history of interactions with authorities involving mental health. They said there was no evidence of terrorism. Here in Washington, one person is dead and another was taken to a hospital after a shooting in Tacoma. It happened just before 7 last night near East 48th Street and East Q Street. Tacoma police say the victims are a man who died at the hospital and a woman who is in stable condition. There's no suspect information at this time. A local teacher is back home after visiting the Vatican. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports Mary Frances Brennan is a theology teacher at Kennedy Catholic High School in Burien.
She says she made plans a while ago to visit Rome with her fiancé, but never expected the Pope to pass on the day they left.
So I was really, sad, maybe devastated, but I think mostly just sad and confused. Like, you don't expect to wake up and suddenly the Pope is gone.
After spending time on the plane for 10 to 15 hours reflecting, she realized she would embrace the moment and see what's called the translation. That's when the Pope's body is processed from the chapel to St. Peter's Square and into the Basilica.
Today, Seattle will have a requiem mass for Pope Francis. The pontiff was laid to rest Saturday in Rome. The service will begin at 12:10 this afternoon at the St. James Cathedral. The church says all are welcome. A climber who fell from a cliff wall near the town of Index is now recovering in the hospital after a dramatic helicopter rescue. Around 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon, calls came into dispatches that a climber fell in an area near the upper town wall. Sky Valley Fire and technical rescue team from Snohomish Regional Fire and Rescue went to work on a high-angle rescue. The county's Snowhawk helicopter hoisted the victim to safety and flew in the climber to Providence Medical Center in Everett. The victim says he was in extreme pain but is expected to survive. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle, about 28 minutes right now. Tacoma to Bellevue, about 21 minutes. Issaquah to Seattle, 23 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy skies with a few showers this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-50s. Right now, it's about 44 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Stopping by the show, he has a spring in his step. I think this is a guy that a lot of us thought the Seahawks would draft. Not G. Scott. Scott, they're not drafting you, right?
No, they're not.
Okay.
And I didn't think the Seahawks would get Gray Zabel. And I'll tell you why. Even up until... Well, by the time it got to pick 15, when Gray Zabel was still there at pick 15, 16, 17, I'm like, oh, well, then the Seahawks take him then. When I talked to you all yesterday morning, there's no way that I thought Gray Zabel would be there the night before. KJ Wright, Seahawks legend, he and I were talking. He was at the Senior Bowl. Charlie, he was at the Senior Bowl, and Greg Zabel was whooping, you know what? He was whooping tail. And so he was like, man, that dude, he was like, gee, I'm telling you right now, that offensive lineman, he's like, he's going to go early. The fact that he was still there is fantastic. I was thinking to myself when I was leaving the draft party last night. By the way,
you were going self?
Self? You know how I do it. You know how I do it. Now, see if y'all feel and vibe what I'm about to say right now.
I'm feeling it.
Okay, watch this.
I'm in a groove.
I was heading home last night, and I said to myself, Self, this is the kind of offensive line I kind of want. And you might want to say, well, what kind of offensive line is this? The offensive line that would most likely be the Chris Stapleton concert. You know what I mean? The offensive line that would say, hey, G, come over here and get some of this brisket.
That should probably trim their beards, but will not trim their beard.
That offensive line. This offensive line about to be them road dogs. So the Seahawks got it right. They got something. It's going to be beautiful. You got Clint Kubiak, who's the new offensive coordinator. He's coming in, and a real impact, I think, is going to be made. They got it right on this pick.
And what was really fun is I was out in the newsroom, and Brock and Sully were talking in one of the breaks. And Brock Heward from 710 Seattle Sports, he goes to Sully, what do you know about North Dakota State?
Oh, yes, that's Sully's.
I know an awful lot. I've seen him play multiple times.
Brock had predicted this guy would also. He was saying Gray Zabel is the guy. Yeah. And you've watched him play.
Yeah, I did.
Gee, I believe the technical term for guys like this, by the way, their size, corn-fed.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, call him corn-fed. You know what I mean? And here's what's interesting. Matt Hasselbeck was there. We're sitting there talking to him, and at the time they had Sam Darnold, right? And they had Cooper Kupp. They were in the building last night. You know, and I looked at Sam Darnold, and I looked in his face. He wasn't mad. You know what I'm saying? he wasn't upset. and that's the thing. So one thing about when it comes to quarterbacks really, really like the offensive line, right? Wide receivers and tight ends, they really, really like the quarterback, right? Think about that, because the quarterback gives them their money, and the offensive line protects the quarterback's money. Yeah, it's like a party. It's like a marriage. You know what I mean?
Okay, just real quick, scheduling on the reset. When can we catch the next episode of the podcast? Yeah, you can
catch the next episode next Thursday. Every Thursday it comes out at 1 o'clock on Thursday.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Here's what people are clamoring to buy right now. Poop from the Seattle Zoo. Zoodoo. You can get a zebra, you get giraffe, a poodoos. You ever heard of that animal in your life?
Never in my life.
Laura, can you look that up?
It looks like a tiny Bambi.
I don't know how much poop you're going to get from that thing.
That's why it's rare and costly, my friend.
Jake and Spike.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
What burning questions do you have? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text Choke Points to 888-973-5476.
Tuesdays and Thursdays on Seattle's Morning News.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Do you ever lose your balance or feel dizzy for no apparent reason? Do you hear ringing in your ears or have migraines? These are all signs you could have a problem with your inner ear or vestibular system. To learn more, call the Vestibular Disorders Helpline at 800-837-8428. That's 800-837-8428. Sponsored by the Vestibular Disorders Association.
For many years now, Heritage Homecraft has been making stunning kitchens for the folks of Puget Sound. Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. When we resurface your existing cabinet boxes, install custom-built cabinet doors, and tailored quartz countertops, it'll transform any old, outdated kitchen into the showpiece of your home as it ought to be. All done in about a week without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of a complete tear-out. Not a national chain, your new kitchen is designed, created, and installed by a team of dedicated craftspeople who live and work here in the Pacific Northwest. Have one of our professional representatives out for a free in-home consultation. We'll bring the showroom to you and leave you with an exact quote for your new kitchen. I promise you'll be amazed by the quality and transformation. Just ask any one of our thousands of satisfied customers. If you call today, there's still time to have your new kitchen installed before summer. Call today, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
CBS News Brief, the driver who police say plowed into a crowd during a Filipino festival in Vancouver faces multiple murder charges. CBS's Elise Preston reports on Sunday's vigil.
We've seen hundreds of people come and pay their respects. They've been laying flowers. They've been lighting candles, all very emotional, just devastated and heartbroken that this violence would take place.
People in Canada vote in national elections today that will determine the makeup of the country's parliament and its prime minister. Relations with the U.S. have been strained. Also today, 3 former Memphis officers go on trial on state charges for the beating death of Tyrone Nichols. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum says they're already convicted on federal crimes.
None were convicted of the most serious charge, civil rights violations causing death. All 3 were convicted of witness tampering related to the cover-up of the beating. The Nichols family is hoping that the state criminal case will lead to more jail time.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cooper Lawrence.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Monday morning, we've got some clouds and expect some showers later this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-50s. Right now, it's about 44 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Art Dolan is the founder of Battlefield Addiction. It's an organization dedicated to guiding individuals struggling with addiction toward recovery and a new life. They're doing remarkable work in Kent, and we speak with him next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart.
Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house. Trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
I'm here in Kent with Art Dahl, and you are the founder of Battlefield Addiction. Tell us what Battlefield Addiction is.
Well, it's a family and a community first program that deals with communities and families and kind of teaches those communities and families how to get the people that are suffering from addiction to how to intervene on that and how to move that person into detox treatment and all the way on to independence.
We're here at one of your recovery houses. Tell us what happens at this home behind me.
Well, first of all, there's a requirement of sobriety, so people get sober. And after that, we follow that person or guide that person on a pathway to independence. So we believe that people have to start taking responsibility for their life, and they have to do the necessary things to get to a place of independence and not say perpetually in a system or perpetually using resources.
Art, that sounds contrary to what we hear, where we have supportive housing and we're trying to gently guide people into choosing recovery at some point in their life.
Yeah, I think if you have someone using drugs today, fentanyl or meth, I think it's almost criminally negligent to allow our loved ones and our people in our community to do these drugs. Meaning you're going to face perpetual mental health problems with meth and death with fentanyl. And we believe that there's a massive sense of urgency to get people off these drugs. And we will take many measures in intervention and intervening to get that done.
Because meth and fentanyl or opiates are different today than they were even 5 years ago.
Yeah, we're losing at an alarming rate. And we're seeing people really not grasping. I always hear, Charlie, that the game has changed, that meth and that fentanyl is different. And they don't seem to mean that there's a sense of urgency. They don't understand that, it's different. It's killing. People are dying every day at a rate we've never seen. So what could be the other answer for preventing death than to get people off these drugs? And why is it harmful to ask someone to stop? And for us, it's not just asking someone to stop, it's actually requiring it and saying, we need you to stop doing this because we don't want to lose you. And we don't see many people saying that.
That's in the face of what's happening in King County, though.
Yeah. I mean, we want you to stop using fentanyl because we don't want to lose you. Plain and simple. That's what we say.
Washington State is one of only 4 states in the country that saw an increase in opioid deaths year over year. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that and why you think that is.
Well, I would ask our politicians, I would ask our lawmakers, I would ask people in power, I would ask one question. Is there behaviors that cities and states can do to perpetuate and inflame addiction? Is there? And if so, if there are behaviors, are we doing them? Please just answer that question for me. Are there behaviors that cities and states can do to perpetuate this thing? And if so, what are they? Are they things like handing out pipes and foils? Are they things like allowing people to steal? Are those the things we're talking about? Or are we living in a world where we're not perpetuating it and there is no responsibility on us as a community? See, for me, running a house like this, there's things that I could do to allow that would make people have a harder time getting sober. And I don't allow those things. So we know that there's behaviors that are happening in our cities and states that are perpetuating addiction and making it worse. We do.
You have a lived experience. This is not just you being a mean person. You know what's up.
Yeah, 17 years in active opiate use, heroin addiction, crack cocaine, followed by 14 years of helping people out. And I've been doing it a long time. And over this 14 years, things have evolved and made it more difficult to help people out. And our state's policies are doing so. They're making it more difficult to help people out of addiction.
What's your message to families who have that loved one who is an active user and they are desperate right now?
Don't do what they say. Don't listen to what they say. Create a bottom for your loved one. Help push that bottom up. Do everything it takes to get them off drugs today. If you love someone, do not allow them to smoke fentanyl today. If you love them, do not allow it, please. Because one moment they're gone. And you will regret for the rest of your life that you allowed someone to smoke fentanyl. And for us in this house, if somebody is smoking fentanyl and we find out, we have to get that out of their hands and we have to watch them with Narcan until they're okay. And I think that letting people smoke fentanyl is the worst thing a state or a city can do, or a family. And so there is a sense of urgency that we want to provide to people to say, don't regret what you're doing today. If your loved one is doing that, by all means, I don't care what you have to do. It's love getting them to stop. I don't care what you have to do.
And Battlefield should be considered a resource.
Call us. Call us. We will teach you how to do it in the most loving way that you can do it. And we want both. We don't want to harm people, obviously. We don't want to make people feel worse about themselves, obviously. But we want the fentanyl to stop, and we're going to make that happen. And guess what? I've never had anyone be mad at me for getting them sober. Still, I haven't done it in a wrong way where someone was offended. There's just not a wrong way to get someone sober. You help them do it and they say thank you. We want people to understand that you can recover, even if you've done fentanyl, that you can have an independent, productive life, and you can give back to your community after that. And so we want to help change this narrative and put it out there that somebody doesn't have to be perpetual into this, that you can recover.
I want to talk about that narrative just real quick before we let you go, Art. That narrative is that it's a moral failing and you are judging people when you have them go into abstinence-based recovery as opposed to the different models that are out there right now. Is it a moral failing?
No. I mean, requiring more of people is a moral failing. You know, we think we're not opposed to having to use Suboxone and substances or MAT to help some people, but it's not our go-to move. We want everybody to have the chance at a full drug-free recovery. And then in some cases, it's necessary to get some people some more help. But we're going to first start with the chance that everyone could do it. And we want to present that option to people first. Everyone can get abstinence and sobriety and do it without drug use. And then sometimes people need help, and we're not against that. We're not against Suboxone or any kind of thing like that. We have people that use it here, and we allow it. But we start with, hey, let's get your mind totally free, and let's get you off all substances and see if we can do that.
Art Dolan, Battlefield Addiction. We'll have more on mynorthwest.com. Thanks for your time today, Art.
Thank you.
And if you go to mynorthwest.com right now, in fact, we have a write-up on this story, and Battlefield is doing a 5K run fundraiser coming up May 10th, and you can find out more information about it there.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy skies with a few showers this afternoon. Highs will be in the mid-50s. Right now, it's about 44 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show.
Do you take the money from the guy that made the money because somehow he doesn't deserve all of that money, and you give it to the government, and then they redistribute it to everybody? How is wealth created from that? It is never created. We are all richer because these people, they came up with some pretty cool ideas that we all benefit from. Most of these guys didn't set out to be billionaires, but they set out to do was solve a problem.
Find podcasts and more at mynorthwest.com.
Hi, John Curley here. It's a great time to upgrade with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Take advantage of local utility rebates up to $5,000 off on heat pumps. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Get both heating and cooling with an ultra-efficient heat pump in one unit. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. The nicotine in e-cigarettes is addictive and can harm brain development. That's why I worry about teens who try e-cigarettes. Many young people use pod-based e-cigarettes like Juul, which have high levels of nicotine. And because teens' brains are still developing, they can quickly become addicted. The tobacco industry uses fruit and candy flavors to attract young people, often turning them into lifelong users. For more, visit healthychildren.org.
Is your roof ready for more spring showers? If your roof springs a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed by our best-in-class craftsmen. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. With our spring priority scheduling, we can get your roof replacement started within just 3 weeks. For all your roofing needs, call Valentine Roofing at 206 Roofing today to schedule your free estimate.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
It's time. The new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort is open. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Tig, tell us about it.
Our new phase features incredible extra-large RV lots with amazing unobstructed views. And talk about privacy, nothing will be developed behind them. And these lots start at just $80,000.
Natchez RV Resort has 300 days of sunshine and year-round family fun. Pickleball, playground, dog park, miles of recreational trails. Plus, you have fishing, hunting, skiing, and golf nearby. And don't forget wine tasting. Yakima Valley has been voted the #1 best wine region in the U.S.
Natchez RV Resort also features a 4,300 square foot clubhouse with gourmet kitchen, great room, fitness center, showers, and laundry. Plus, the brand new saltwater swimming pool and hot tub are open and ready for you.
Get your perfect pick of Natchez RV Resort's premium view lots, starting at just $80,000. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Getting a flu shot helps us stay healthy, so we don't miss out on what matters. Like that family movie night your daughter can't live without. Yeah, can't do that. Every year, millions of people in the U.S. get the flu. Especially now, no one has time to miss out on moments that matter. So get your flu shot. Find out more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
Treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. A grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet with a teriyaki glaze, served with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw for $15.99. And don't forget Ivar's Fish Sandwich, named the best fish sandwich in America by Eat This, Not That. Only $13.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars nor the Salmon House, Pier 54 or Mukilteo Landing. Find out more at ivers.com.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The Kremlin's declared a full ceasefire in Ukraine for a few days next week when Russia celebrates Victory Day over Nazi Germany. The announcement comes as the Trump administration loses patience with peace negotiations. Correspondent Naomi Ruckham.
President Trump met with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky before the Pope's funeral Saturday.
He wants to do something good for his country.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said yesterday that this is a critical week for the administration to decide whether to continue involvement in peace talks with Russia and Ukraine.
The Vatican says the Sistine Chapel's been sealed and the conclave to choose a successor to Pope Francis will begin a week from Wednesday. Tourists like this woman from Australia can only admire the chapel from outside.
Definitely disappointed. Yeah. To come from so far to be able to not to go into one of the major sites is very disappointing.
The Sistine Chapel is also home to masterpieces like Michelangelo's Pietà. Power outage has plunged Spain and parts of France and Portugal into darkness and chaos. Ticket machines aren't working at metro stations in Madrid. The nation's rail operator says train service across the country's come to a halt. Operations at airports affected. Phone lines, traffic lights, and ATM machines aren't working. No word on the cause. Red Electrica says restoration could take up to 10 hours. We've learned more about the man police say rammed his car into a crowd of people at a Filipino heritage festival in Vancouver. CBS's Elise Preston is there.
Investigators identified the suspect as 30-year-old Kai G. Adam Lowe from Vancouver, who was known to police.
We've had substantive contact with them over mental health issues.
Lowe is charged with 8 counts of second-degree murder, and police said more charges are anticipated.
The International Court of Justice has just begun a week-long hearing into Palestinian claims Israel isn't meeting legal obligations to facilitate humanitarian aid to Gaza. Lawyer Paul Riffler says that's been illegal since the 1946 Nuremberg judgments.
8 decades later, it is Israel that is deliberately starving more than 2 million Palestinian civilians in Gaza.
A piece of Titanic history sold at auction. A British auction house says a U.S. bidder has paid almost $400,000 for a letter written by first-class passenger Archibald Gracie just days before the ship sank. Gracie was plunged into the icy waters of the North Atlantic before he was rescued by a lifeboat. S&P futures up 1. Dow futures ahead 13. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk for the first time this week. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And Charlie, we're off to a really good start on this Monday morning. Just a little bit of braking to deal with in the usual places. Heaviest spot definitely northbound 167 right there in Auburn, right at Highway 18. But 20 minutes from Auburn to Renton, or maybe a little under, is not too bad. And 40 all the way from Puyallup. Olympia to Tacoma's nice and easy. 30 minutes for you guys. Federal Way to Seattle has some brake lights up past the Kent Des Moines Road. 20 minutes into South Center and just under 20 going up to Seattle. So that puts us right around 40 for the whole deal. Renton to Bellevue, about 20 minutes as well, maybe a little under. Coming down from the north end, we're looking at some brake lights in the Trestle area, westbound on 2, and then a little bit in Canyon Park already. But 35 minutes from Everett to Bellevue and 35 from Everett to Seattle's not bad. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04. Police are searching for a person who shot 2 people overnight in Tacoma.
Investigators say one of those victims died. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with what we know.
When police got to the scene, they say that's when they found those 2 people shot. A female victim was taken to the hospital in stable condition. A male victim was in critical condition, and police say he died at the hospital. This happened on East Q Street around 7 last night, just a few blocks from First Creek Middle School in the Salishan neighborhood. This was the third shooting in that neighborhood in just the last week. Last Monday, gunfire killed a junior at Mount Tahoma High School. No arrests so far in that shooting. Last Tuesday, gunshots forced Blix Elementary School into lockdown. No injuries or arrests in that shooting either. And for this latest shooting, detectives are calling this a homicide. No arrests so far.
Okay, keep us updated, Luke. It's 6:05 now. Vancouver, BC, in shock right now. This is after a man in a car killed at least 11 people, injured dozens more. Police say the driver plowed through a street festival celebrating Filipino heritage on Saturday. As Seattle experiments with restricting traffic in the Pike Place Market, KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn talked with local Filipinos who have ties to the Vancouver community.
We found Lila Rosas in the kitchen of her family's Oriental Mart in the heart of the Pike Place Market. On Friday, a regular customer from Portland, Oregon, stopped by on his way to Vancouver, Canada, she says, to perform with friends in a Filipino festival.
Yes, of course, it's, devastating for us Filipinos, especially.
Canadian authorities are trying to determine why the 30-year-old driver rammed his SUV into the crowd enjoying the Saturday festival. They have said they do not believe it was an act of terrorism.
Today, Seattle will have a Requiem Mass for Pope Francis. The pontiff was laid to rest Saturday in Rome. The service will begin at 12:10 this afternoon at St. James Cathedral. The church says all are welcome.
6:06.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
We're celebrating a little bit this morning.
Yeah. Soundgarden makes it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It was announced yesterday.
Very good.
So we'll have a lot of Soundgarden through the morning. We just have to. I think that's the law, Amanda.
I'm in.
Okay. Today is a lovely day. We've made it to April 28th. It's a Monday. You had a busy weekend.
I did. Drove to Butte, Montana and back.
You're here in one piece. We're glad to see that.
Yes.
I was up in Everett this weekend. We had a youth baseball tournament.
And Sam did well?
Sam did great. Sully dropped by for one game.
How nice is that? A little celebrity sighting?
Yeah. We're actually not going to have Sully out again. The one game he attended, not only did they lose, they got mercy ruled.
Way to go, Sully.
That's my fault.
Guess what, though? The team won the silver bracket championship late last night.
That's terrific
for us. So, yeah, we're on our way.
Good.
Sully, how was your weekend, aside from seeing me and hanging out and getting
that was a lot of fun.
with Sam?
And having some Shirley Temples with Sam was pretty good. Went to a Rubio long snapping camp yesterday, the place where Tommy cut his teeth back in the day. I went and saw some old friends and talked to parents about what lies ahead for their kid in the recruiting process and whatnot. So I kind of was hanging around youth sports over and I'm getting the itch to start coaching again.
Yeah.
Did you watch any big league baseball? How about the Mariners, for heaven's sakes? Another series
amazing
win?
Yeah, 6 in a row. That's pretty amazing.
Sheesh.
Does it count when it's against the Marlins?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay. It does. Okay. Just checking, putting the question out there. It's a busy weekend and busy weekday here on Seattle's Morning News. This hour is brought to you by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. Coming up, we have Casey McNerthney, spokesperson for the King County Prosecutor's Office. He's going to talk about recent traffic crimes and how his office is addressing that.
Also coming up this hour, CBS News money analyst Jill Schlesinger weighs in on whether you should be concerned about Social Security benefits.
It's 6:08.
The 2025 Senate regular session is adjourned. Sine die.
Sine die.
Washington lawmakers wrapping up the session by passing a $77.1 billion budget yesterday. House Speaker Lori Jenkins, a Democrat, says the budget boosts education, law enforcement, and social services.
We wanted to make sure that we were not doing things that harmed the most vulnerable in the state and to not put a higher burden on working families.
It includes $750 million for special education, $213 million for school materials. Governor Bob Ferguson said he supports protecting the state's rainy day fund. Now, Republicans are slamming the plan, saying new taxes will hurt low-income families the most. New fees include higher prices for marriage licenses, state parks, and hunting permits. House Democrats say the budget makes hard but necessary choices to protect vulnerable communities. The plan now heads to Ferguson's desk for a final review.
Lawmakers did pass a bill yesterday to cap yearly rent increases across the state. The cap will be 7% plus inflation, so 10%. Landlords must now wait 12 months before raising rent on new tenants. The bill also puts a 5% cap on manufactured and mobile homes. Republicans argued the bill ignores the root cause, not enough housing supply. Governor Bob Ferguson has not said whether or not he'll sign that bill.
Washington lawmakers approved a 6 cents per gallon gas tax increase, and KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports our state already has one of the most expensive gas taxes in the country.
A lot of the drivers that we've spoke with say they already have trouble filling up their tanks, telling us this is going to hurt them even more. Lawmakers cleared that tax, though. We saw a lot of cheers, and it's now sitting on Governor Bob Ferguson's desk to be signed into law. That tax will start at 6 cents per gallon in July. This brings the state's per gallon gas tax from 49 cents up to 55. After that, the tax will grow by 2% increases annually. Lawmakers say this will address an $8 million budget shortfall in the state's transportation budget.
Also from Olympia, lawmakers passed a new plan for closing the Rainier School in Pierce County. According to the Washington State Standard, the school will stop new long-term admissions this summer. It will close only when no more long-term residents remain there. The Department of Social and Health Services must now file regular reports through 2030. Supporters say the closure offers safer options for residents. Opponents worry the move leaves vulnerable people with fewer choices.
Washington lawmakers paid tribute to State Senator Bill Ramos yesterday. The Issaquah Democrat died suddenly April 19th while running near his home. According to the News Tribune, Democrats and Republicans praised Ramos for his work. Senators adopted a resolution honoring Ramos on the last day of the session.
A road rage incident ended with one person in the hospital, another behind bars. This happened yesterday morning in Scott Lake, just south of Tumwater.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, roll over towards me. Yep, and then sit up.
Thurston County deputies say the driver and a motorcyclist got into a fight, and the driver rear-ended the motorcycle. That motorcyclist then flew onto the windshield. The driver slammed on their brakes, the motorcyclist fell off, and the driver ran them over. The driver then ran off, but deputies were able to find him later. They say the driver showed signs of impairment, booked for DUI, vehicular assault, and felony hit and run, and the motorcyclist was taken to the hospital.
And how about those Mariners? They are celebrating another series win, this time against the Marlins. Jorge Polanco 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs.
Fly ball, right field. He tags another one, gone. Jorge Polanco continues to mag.
J.P. Crawford hit a 2-run homer to close out a 7-6 win. The Mariners scored 25 runs in 3 games.
We'll take that.
That was a 14-0 shutout on, was that Saturday night?
Yep, they won by 2 touchdowns on Saturday.
They did. Logan Evans also pitched 5 innings, becoming the first Mariners pitcher since 2017 to win his MLB debut. They're off today. They host the Angels tomorrow.
I don't want them to take a day off. I want to keep the streak
alive. They need
alive.
the rest, Manda.
Okay. It's now 6:12 and time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. It's going to be okay today. We'll likely see some showers by afternoon, but a little bit of sunshine until then. Our high today, 56. Tomorrow, scattered showers mainly in the afternoon, and then we're going to dry out again and warm up to the mid-60s Wednesday. How about does this say mid-70s?
It says mid-70s.
Mid-70s.
That's not a typo.
Caught me by surprise. That'll be Thursday in the sunshine. Right now, it's cloudy and 49 in Seattle.
At 6:13, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
A lot more brake lights to deal with as you work your way up the I-5 corridor now from about 320th and Federal Way, almost all the way up to the Kent-Des Moines Road. We've got a 20-minute trip there, and then 40 all the way from Federal Way to Seattle, maybe a little bit over. Looking at more brake lights on northbound 167, right there at Highway 18, up past the Emerald Downs area now as well. Over 40 minutes from Puyallup up into Renton, and then Renton to Bellevue's still under 20. Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad. 35 minutes for you guys. Coming down from the north end, still relatively quiet in Marysville, which is great. Some slowing across the trestle. We picked up brake lights from the Alderwood Mall the Everett Mall down to the Alderwood Mall, and then a little bit after that, 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are in good shape. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite local teams.
It's now 6:14, and that's time to check in with KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gashard. Good morning.
Good morning, Amanda. Good morning, everyone. Police are searching for two suspects who allegedly robbed a 68-year-old woman in broad daylight. Bellevue police say it happened yesterday morning near the Victoria Mall. They say two people driving a gray SUV asked the woman for directions. After she helped them, the suspects offered her money, but she wouldn't accept it. That's when the suspects got angry and allegedly shoved the woman to the ground, yanked off her necklace, then took off. The woman was treated at the scene. She's expected to be okay. Anyone with information should call Bellevue's non-emergency line. And there were scary moments for a hiker near Index who fell nearly 100 feet from a cliff wall. Sky Valley Fire says the emergency call came in around Saturday in the afternoon. Luckily, a handful of medical professionals happened to be hiking nearby, including an ER technician and several nurses. Sky Valley Fire says the group stayed with the victim until he could be airlifted out. He was taken to Providence Medical Center in Everett with non-life-threatening injuries.
You know, you should keep a medical team nearby me anytime I go hiking. I think that would just be smart.
In the best interest of everyone involved.
Yeah, that lucky hiker for sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Katrina. It's 6:15.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Sentencing day, Friday, Chase Jones, who killed a mother and 3 children and physically injured 2 others in a crash in Renton, was sentenced to 17 and a half years in prison. He had pleaded guilty, and King County prosecutors in a specialized unit handled this case. Now, let's head over to Casey McNerney from the King County Prosecutor's Office. This is Amy Friedheim and Hannah Godwin, who are the prosecutors on this. Tell us what they did and what it was like in court on Friday.
It was really emotional. And I think from the second this case started, it has been really emotional for everybody involved. They and also Adam Euchre out of the King County Courthouse in Seattle. And as they pointed out, it's pretty tough because you work on these cases and then you get back in your car to go home. As this case was going along, Hannah was talking about it, and I said, can you share some of this with the KIRO Morning Show listeners? And she said, maybe after the sentencing. I went back to her and Amy this week and said, can you talk about that? Because I think listeners would like to hear what it was like from your side, and working on this case and seeing the vehicles at the impound lot.
When I saw Audrey Hudson's van, I just cried. You could see the children's toys and water bottle inside of the car. And to see so much destruction to items that I always knew to be so innocent, and to imagine children inside just on their way home, it was absolutely heartbreaking. But just that juxtaposition that his driver's seat was relatively unaffected compared to her van just being utterly destroyed. That's an image that will absolutely never leave me for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I know that it affects the police, the King County Sheriff's deputies who responded to the crash.
This is just a horrific case in particular, but so what overall can people do to keep their families safe on the road?
That's a great question. When I asked them that, here's how they answered.
I assume that when I'm on the road at any given time, there's someone driving drunk next to me, there's someone driving high next to me, there's someone speeding that I may not be able to see. And even though I may be in control of what's going on, I need to expect the worst of everyone around me. And so to always be aware that people around you could be drunk, high, or speeding.
Yeah, or distracted,
right?
Electronically on their phones. Doing this work changes the way that you drive. And the way that you look at other drivers. This job 100% makes you a defensive driver, not a timid driver. What we're talking about is being aware that other drivers are maybe not all together with it.
We're speaking with Casey McNerney from the King County Prosecutor's Office, and he's bringing us sound from Hannah Godwin and Amy Friedheim with the Felony Traffic Unit. Really, when you think about it, it is kind of scary. There are people who are inebriated and should not be behind the wheel, and yet there they are.
The way that Amy described it is being really selfish, of driving in a way that you only think about yourself. But that's the responsibility on the road, is you've got to look out for your other drivers, even if you don't think of it that way. And Hannah also had one last message.
Anytime you leave home, say I love you. I think that's the big one, just to say I love you when you leave the house.
Whenever you leave the home, that's true.
I want them to know that I love them if they get into a crash and they don't come home that night, because I know that's entirely possible.
It's very powerful stuff.
Yeah, I think it was hard for everybody, really on both sides. But that is something, hopefully that maybe people are thinking about it right now. They can call somebody that they love and because it's so easy to push it off to another day, but maybe today's the day.
Always good advice.
Casey McNerney, King County Prosecutor's Office. Thanks for your time today, Casey.
Likewise, great to see you both.
Kind of a related story here. The prosecutors are going to be busy with this one. A teenage boy is dead after a single-car crash near Enumclaw. According to KIRO News, the crash happened just before 2 yesterday morning. Deputies say the teenager died at the scene. There were life-saving efforts from deputies. A person was arrested for investigation of vehicular homicide. Deputies haven't released details about the relationship between the two. The major accident response team is handling the investigation.
Police arrested a driver Friday night after they say he was clocked at 103 miles an hour in Federal Way. It was about 8 o'clock at night. A trooper tried to stop a BMW on I-5 near South 320th. The driver took off, and the officer chose to stop the pursuit. Later, police did spot the car in East Auburn, though, headed toward Kent, where they set up spike strips, stopped the car, and arrested the driver for felony eluding.
City of Spokane has passed a law making it illegal to ask job applicants if they are homeless. Officials believe it's the first city in the nation to pass such a law. According to the Spokesman Review, the city council voted 6-1 to pass it last week. Potential employers can still request a mailing address or other contact information from job seekers.
If you're driving in Thurston County, you'll have to find an alternate route near the south end of Old Pacific Highway near Lacey. Last Thursday, the State Department of Transportation crews discovered a massive culvert failure during a routine inspection. Repairs are expected to take several weeks. Drivers can still access Old Pac Highway through Nisqually. Highway 510 is closed between Marvin Road and Old Pacific Highway.
We've been playing their music all morning. Soundgarden finally going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain.
Seattle band missed the cut twice before. How is that possible?
I know, isn't that crazy?
So Soundgarden will join Outkast, Cyndi Lauper, known rock musician, and others in the 2025 class. Everett-born bassist Carol Kay will also be inducted. She receives the Musical Excellence Award for her work in the 60s and 70s. She played on records by Frank Sinatra, Simon and Garfunkel, and the Beach Boys.
Cool.
That's going to be happening November 8th, the induction ceremony, and you can see it on Disney+.
I'll be watching. It's now 6:22, and that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. And here's Chris Sullivan.
And it's not too bad out there. Brake lights right where they should be. Going to start up in the north end, where we're seeing a little bit in Marysville now. But then it's really away from Linwood, where we're seeing the heaviest brake lights. Give yourself about 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, which isn't too bad. Coming up the other direction from Olympia to Tacoma, we are looking at about a 35-minute trip there. And then Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 40 minutes as we have the brake lights up past the Kent Des Moines Road and then a little bit past the West Seattle Bridge. Looking at the Valley Freeway now, some slowing right there in Sumner, a little bit in Auburn, a little bit at the north end now. So 45 minutes from Puyallup up to Renton. The Renton to Bellevue drive is about 20 minutes at this point. The Lake Bridges are still enjoying a very good drive, so all in all, we're not too bad. This report brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Well, increasing clouds this morning and the afternoon, we might have a shower or two. A high of 56 on tap for us. Afternoon showers tomorrow, well, with a high of 58. We start to clear out Wednesday, mid-60s, and by Thursday, we're talking sunshine and 74. Right now in Seattle, clouds and 49 at 6:23.
It's Seattle's Morning News for your Monday, the 28th of April. Coming up, the opening bell reports President Trump pushing back against China for backing out of deals with Boeing. And, of course, we'll check the latest Wall Street numbers next.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Why are we even looking at new taxes? We don't want any new taxes.
can we just get a state income tax and we just make it easy? How long are we going to keep doing this? We're 49th. We're the 49th most regressively taxed state. I know you're all tired of hearing that, but we're sitting here, we're picking and choosing, we're trying to get money from Peter to pay Paul. This is exhausting.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Is your roof ready for more spring showers? If your roof springs a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed by our best-in-class craftsmen. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. With our spring priority scheduling, we can get your roof replacement started within just 3 weeks. For all your roofing needs, call Valentine Roofing at 206 Roofing today to schedule your free estimate.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, crown disappearing. Hair loss for me was like identity theft. The solution? The simple one-day treatment that worked for me from Advanced Hair. And I'm just one of tens of thousands. Advanced Hair was recently crowned the winner of the 425 Business of the Year again. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions, those monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but if you're like me, you want more. You wanted your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's groundbreaking technology to world-class Dr. Perungo, it's not maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83 or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83 or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
$83 or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
$83 or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
You took the first step and quit smoking. But even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
You've seen the headlines. Budget crisis, government emergency, billions of dollars short. No, not the federal government. It's happening here in Washington state. State tax revenues are at record highs. Over the next 4 years, tax revenue is on pace to grow by $10 billion. But current spending will outpace that revenue growth by $12 billion. Want to learn more about the growth of state taxes and spending over the last decade? Visit budgetbreakdown.org.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
Think about your home. Warm in the winter, cool in the summer. If any of these don't work, your quality of life is impacted. For a decade, I've trusted Home Comfort Alliance to fix and upgrade it all. Hi, John Curley here. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit revivemenshealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:30. What was supposed to be a celebration of culture turned into a nightmare for thousands in Vancouver, BC this weekend.
Filipino dance group from Seattle just escaped the deadly attack there after a suspect drove his SUV into a crowd, killing 11 people. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is following this and joins us live.
And one day after that attack, one of the members of that dance group, Devin Cabanilla, shared on social media.
I'm safe. The kids are safe, especially. We're all very shaken up knowing that the people who are around us yesterday may not be alive.
Devin was at the festival with his family and his friends at the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival Saturday, celebrating Filipino heritage. He says many of the people in the dance group left the festival just minutes before. Police say 30-year-old Kaijiatam Lo, the suspect, drove his Audi SUV around a barrier and into that crowd. Among the 11 people killed, victims as young as 5 years old as 65 years old. Devin also talked about security there.
And they say on the news there were barricades. Barricade was just like long plank of wood. It's not a concrete barrier or steel chains, and it's all people, just volunteers in orange vests. And I don't remember seeing any police.
Now, to be clear, Devin says it's not a knock on Canada. He says he thinks it's because they just don't have the idea of violence that we do in preparation here in the U.S. Investigators, however, are not calling this an act of terrorism. Instead, they say the suspect had a significant history with police and mental health professionals. As for Devin and that Seattle dance troupe, all of them escaped unharmed. They are back home safe today.
Thank you, Luke. Washington's new $77.1 billion budget passed just hours before the session deadline last night. House Democrats say it protects schools and services without raiding the rainy day fund. The plan raises $8.7 billion in new taxes to tackle a $16 billion shortfall. Senate Majority Leader Jamie Peterson says they wanted to provide more money for education and affordable housing.
I think on those big initial objectives for the session, we're feeling very satisfied.
Democrats say it was a tough session, but they finished on time with a balanced budget. Republicans say the taxes will fall hardest on working families.
A 6-cent per gallon gas tax increase has been sent to Governor Bob Ferguson's office for approval. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports if he signs it, it could go into effect in July.
If he signs it, it could go into effect in July with 2% increases every year after that. The annual increase advocates say is to keep up with inflation that has contributed to a more than $1 billion shortfall in the state's transportation budget that fixes roads, highways, and ferries. The bill would raise more than $3 billion over 6 years.
Okay, so I just did a little checking here. In the U.S., according to AAA, the average price for a gallon of gas is $3.15 a gallon. Here in Washington State, right now, before these tax prices go into effect, $4.28 a gallon on average. King County, on average, right now, according to AAA, $4.53 a gallon. Again, U.S. was $3.15. You were just in Montana?
Missoula, $3.23 a gallon.
$3.23
It was
a gallon.
fabulous. I filled as much as I possibly could.
Maybe pack some like in a can. It's totally safe.
Trust me, having made that trip a bunch of times, we base our trip on. We maybe get like a gallon in Liberty Lake, go right into Idaho, save $1 a gallon because it's an actual $1 a gallon cheaper. We do the same thing coming home. We fill up at milepost number 2 in Idaho.
There you
go. Just because, it's $1 cheaper as soon as you cross the border into Idaho.
You shouldn't have mentioned Missoula around
I know,
Sully.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, he would never stop there.
I know I was supposed to go terrorize the neighborhood, wasn't I?
You were supposed to, put graffiti all over, Bobcat graffiti everywhere. But you were in Butte, which is okay. Butte is much better than Missoula.
Okay. Montana politics with Sully. At least athletic politics. Let's go over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now.
And we are looking at a pretty good drive across the board. Some brake lights here and there, but not too bad. Probably the worst of it is northbound 405 right through the Renton S-curves. We've got about a 22-minute drive to get you up to Bellevue, which is pretty good. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, about 45 minutes from end to end. Heavy brake lights in Sumner, and then they ease off. Then you hit them again just before Auburn. Then a little bit at the north end as you tie into 405. Olympia to Tacoma, 35 minutes. Starting to see some brake lights up the hill to 18. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running a little over 40. So really not too bad coming up from the south end. Out of the north end, definitely some brake lights in Marysville, a little bit across the Trestle, down 204, a little bit by the Boeing Freeway, and then some more away from Linwood. We're getting closer to 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
You might see a few peaks of sunshine this morning, but mostly cloudy for the day. Some showers roll in by afternoon. Our high today, 56. Tuesday, pretty much the same deal. Wednesday will start to dry out and warm up to the mid-60s. How about 74 in the sunshine on Thursday?
How about that?
I'll take it. It's 49 and cloudy in Seattle right now.
6:36, time for the opening bell report, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds. Time is running out for the U.S. and China to come to terms on tariffs or face a global economic breakdown. This is according to Jeff Moon, who served as Obama administration assistant trade representative for China.
I think both sides want to talk, but they need to find a way to start discussions without any notion of who asked for the meetings or who wants the discussion more. They just need to get back and talk.
Boeing stock is on the rise this morning. According to Barron's, it's for two reasons. The company caught an upgrade and ticked another box in its turnaround agenda. Shares of Boeing were up 1.7%. Last night, Airbus announced an agreement to transfer ownership of some Spirit facilities to Airbus. Boeing is acquiring Spirit to improve quality and gain more control over its supply chain.
Tariffs are adding pressure to already rising coffee prices.
Tariffs are adding pressure to already rising coffee prices. I'm Stephen Kaufman.
And we will have that report in just a moment here on Seattle's Morning News. Are you watching the Port of Seattle, Manda?
It's empty.
It is empty. Over the weekend, I was watching these boats that were, people were sharing online. These cargo ships are empty. It's really remarkable to see.
It's getting a little concerning.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll keep an eye on that. Other economic news we are following today. Some small towns in western Pennsylvania may pay you to move there. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has a story.
The Mercer County towns of Hermitage, Greenville, and Sharon are each offering $5,000. Plus free gym memberships, golf course memberships, summer camp for the kids, and restaurant gift cards.
A safe community. With great connectivity, great education systems.
Jack Rickert with Penn Northwest Development says they're looking for people who can work remotely.
We really need people. We got to bring people in that want to work and give back to our community and really help drive Mercer County forward.
Out of more than 100 applications, 2 families from Arizona and New Jersey have been accepted so far. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
We mentioned tariffs are adding pressure to already rising coffee prices. Here's more from CBS News correspondent Stephen Kaufman.
The coffee industry has been hit hard over the past 9 months, says Jeff Taylor with Bird Rock Coffee. Base level coffee pricing has been rising, and now the influence of tariffs.
All of our coffee comes from Latin America, from Africa. Now there's a 10% tariff on all those countries.
As coffee prices continue their upward movement, it's wait and see for both coffee roasters and consumers.
National Coffee Association and the SCA are working to take tariffs off of coffee. It's nothing more than a tax. Not doing anything to help the U.S. economy. It's just hurting consumers.
Stephen Kaufman, CBS News.
And right now on Wall Street, Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 253 points. S&P 500 is ahead by 11. NASDAQ, after the opening bell, is down 18 points.
A word now from KIRO 7 TV. KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
And at 6:39, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the drive on northbound 167, which is bogging down in a couple places. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital, Common Sense Lending.
She's local.
I grew up in Olympia.
She's experienced.
I've been very lucky to be in Seattle for 23 years.
Now, Manda Factor is home on KIRO Newsradio.
This is where I want to be. It's where I've always wanted to be.
Experience matters. Experience for yourself. Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. Every morning 6 to 9 on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-885-7700. 800-885-7700.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
6:43. Let's go over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And it's a pretty good drive out there. I mean, we are seeing some brake lights in the usual places, but overall, the travel times are not too bad. I mean, if you're coming up the Valley Freeway, you're going to hit the brakes right there in Sumner, a little bit in Auburn, up past the Emerald Downs area, and then right around 180th. So 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton is about average for this time of day, and that's what we're getting. Renton to Bellevue is about 25, so we're starting to see a little bit of braking there past SR 900, but after that, it's not too bad. Olympia to Tacoma is nice and easy at 35 minutes. Tacoma itself is quiet. A few brake lights up the hill to Highway 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle is running around 50 minutes. We have heavy brake lights right there at 320th, and then just a little meandering slowing up past SeaTac, and then a little bit more past the West Seattle Bridge. The lake bridges are still in very good shape, both of them in either direction. Coming down through Marysville, definitely some slowing there right by 529, and then a pretty good drive till you get to Linwood. 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 18 over Tiger Mountain is starting to see just a little bit of braking. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors, which is offering premium windows that are 25% more efficient than Energy Star ratings and reduces the outside noise by up to 50%. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
You know, I really do try to appreciate every day, but I'm focused on Thursday right now because the forecast is calling for sunshine and 74 on Thursday. Until then, you're probably going to get a little wet. Look for some showers to roll in by this afternoon. 56 today. For tomorrow, again, showers mainly in the afternoon hours and 58. We'll start to warm up on Wednesday, 65, and partly cloudy, but again into the mid-70s on Thursday. It's cloudy and 49 in Seattle right now.
It's 6:45. We head over to the news desk now with Katrina Gashard.
A boy is in critical condition after an apartment fire in South King County. The fire broke out in a single apartment unit on 32nd Avenue South near South 173rd on Sunday. When crews got word someone was still inside, they made their way in and found the child. It's unclear if anyone else was in the home. The fire did not spread to other units. The cause of the fire is now under investigation. And get ready to do the Puyallup with hip-hop and R&B artist Khalid.
Send me your location, let's focus on communicating, cause I just need the time and place to come through.
He is joining the lineup of artists at the Washington State Fair. He'll be there Thursday, September 11th. Tickets go on sale this Friday.
And Katrina, you should probably bring up for parents listening right now who want to sound cool to their kids, not the same as DJ Khaled. That is Khalid.
Not the same. Khalid is Khalid. DJ Khaled is DJ Khaled.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Coming up, more of the day's top stories, including what we know about that car attack in Vancouver, BC, that left more than 10 people dead. That's on the way. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
DayandNight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save $50 off our pre-summer AC tune-up.
DayandNight.net.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
April is Financial Literacy Month, and it's a good time to clear up some of the biggest questions about your money.
Sure, why not? Today we are joined by CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger. Jill, let's start with one of the most common and political questions out there right now. Can a president actually fire the Fed chair?
It's really hard to do so. So can I do a quick Fed primer for everybody? Because I know you've forgotten this. So here I am. The Federal Reserve was created by Congress back in 1913. The reason is the American banking system was completely nutty back then, like late 1800s to early 1900s. We saw bank panics and runs, like crazy amounts of instability in the system, and the Fed was created to reduce those events in frequency and impact. Now, upon creation, something a little bit different that Congress did with the Fed, which is they said, hey, it's got to be an independent agency. We can't have politicians, whether it's Congress, whether it's the executive branch, we can't have them mucking around with monetary policy, because sometimes politicians want something that's a little bit different than what might be the medicine that the economy has to swallow to navigate a bad period. So in the chart, in the Fed's development, it basically says you can fire a Fed official for cause. I mean, what is cause? That's the next question. It's not that that the Fed didn't do something you wanted as the president. It would have to be like something bad, let's call it like a crime, like embezzlement, or, the Fed chair murders somebody. Like that would be like, okay, we're going to remove you. But until you get to that extreme, the answer is no. Now, listen, last week, President Trump and some of the officials in the administration kind of said like, yeah, well, you can fire the Fed. We're looking into it. And it freaked out investors. Why? Because the world, every investor wants the Fed to be independent. You may not like what they do. You might think they act too late, but you certainly don't want a politician trying to impart the will of that person, party on the Federal Reserve. We need monetary policy to be independent of politics.
So it sounds like we're stepping away from the whole firing thing, which I see Wall Street reacted very positively to.
Yes, absolutely. And, listen, I am really concerned in many respects that when we look at the Fed and when we talk about firing, I think we also have to remember the Fed's got these two very weird jobs, meaning that the Fed has to try to make sure that the economy is growing enough so that there's job creation. Essentially, it's like it basically we say, oh, anyone who wants a job can get a job. Okay. Then the second part is that the Fed has to manage prices. So the Fed has to make sure that the economy is not experiencing bouts of inflation or deflation. So to do that, they would raise interest rates, right? But sometimes those two goals, that's called the dual mandate, sometimes those goals are actually diametrically opposed. And I think what the Fed chair and Fed officials have said is we believe that Trump tariffs could slow down growth. That's what the president's saying. Hey, we're slowing down growth. You should lower interest rates. But the Fed is also concerned that we'll see prices rise, right? Because if there's not enough stuff coming into the United States, or people are starting to clamor for more stuff, we could see inflation. Or if an importing company has to raise prices, there's going to be inflation. Fed has basically said, hey, look, we don't know which of these things is going to be more important. We've got to wait until we have data.
Jill, my mom is pretty concerned about this one. She uses Social Security, and there has been all sorts of talk online, especially, that it is facing some serious issues. Do people like my mom need to be worried right now?
I want to talk to your mom directly, and here's what I want to say. Mom, here's the thing. I know that this is nerve-wracking because when you see big cuts to government, you think, oh, my God, what about Social Security? The Trump administration has repeatedly said, both when Trump was campaigning and in office, has said they are not making cuts to Social Security, nor would they make cuts to Medicare. I think this is a very obvious reason why. There's so many people who rely on the program and those people vote, so honestly, like it's unlikely to happen. But when people are nervous about it, you might feel like I should do something just in case Jill's wrong, just in case. Okay. But what happens when you claim Social Security retirement benefits early is that you have a permanent reduction to your benefits, meaning if you claim it's 62 rather than your normal age of 67, you're probably going to have 25% less for the rest of your life. And if somebody you're married to is claiming on your record, they're going to get that permanent reduction. That's why we try to encourage people, unless they have to wait until full retirement age to file. And by the way, if you can even wait till age 70, you get about 8% more a year for each full year you wait. And by the way, Social Security is indexed to inflation, so it's a pretty good deal.
Thank you for sharing your expertise and calming us all down, Jill. We appreciate it.
Take care. Thanks for having me.
CBS Money analyst Jill Schlesinger here on Seattle's Morning News.
It's now 6:53, and that's time to get back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're having a pretty good day. This Monday is not too bad. We're looking at brake lights in the usual places. Coming down from the north end, though, we are definitely seeing some more brake lights right there at Linwood on I-5 down past 44th. But then by the time you're down past the Edmonds exit, it's a pretty good drive the rest of the way. It's under 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, which is a lot faster than some typical work days. Coming down the other side of the lake, down 405, it's heavy through Canyon Park, down through Bothell. It's running around 45, 46 minutes now. But once you're past 522, it's a really good drive the rest of the way. Looking at Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy at about 35 minutes. And then you have a pretty decent drive the rest of the way on up into Seattle. We could put it right around 50 minutes or less, with 25 of those minutes from South Center into downtown. Looking at the Valley Freeway now, nice and easy, 45 to 46 minutes. Brake lights there right at the south end a little bit, and then through Auburn and at the north end, so manageable. And then we're looking at Renton to Bellevue of about 25. The lake bridges are quiet, which is great. 16 looking really good. 18 is heavy over Tiger Mountain eastbound down towards I-90, but manageable. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. Don't take a rain check on your next outing. Feel confident on the road with AAA of Washington. Become a member. Visit AAAWashington.com.
Showers this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon. Kind of chilly, too, for at least the past couple days, right? It's 56 for a high today, 58 for a high tomorrow, 65, partly sunny on Wednesday. Thursday is the day you grab yourself a Diet Coke and head out to the patio after work, because we're looking at sunshine and 74.
That's perfection in my book.
It really is. Not too hot, not too cold. I'll take it. Right now in Seattle, it's 49 at 6:55.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
There's a fire at the Cheesecake Factory.
Downtown.
They were already closing down that location. They had announced back in March. And I'm not suggesting this is what they did. Not at all. God bless them. Not in a million years. I love their club sandwich. This is an interesting coincidence.
I don't know, man, where there's smoke. I'm just saying.
Jake and Spike.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. Locally fresh since 1909.
Spring is officially here, and with it comes some unpredictable Pacific Northwest weather. This time of year, heavy rain can be especially tough on an old roof. An unexpected roof leak can be stressful. If your roof does spring a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed. And we offer this leak stop service year-round, so you're never left scrambling for a bucket on your own. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. Our estimates are straightforward. We'll provide you with an honest assessment of your roof's condition, along with our best price right from the start, all within about an hour of when we arrive. Call Valentine Roofing today, and we can get your roof replacement started with our priority scheduling. For roof replacements, repairs, and cleaning, call Valentine Roofing today at 206 Roofing. That's 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate.
It's time. The new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort is open. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Tig, tell us about it.
Our new phase features incredible extra-large RV lots with amazing unobstructed views. And talk about privacy, nothing will be developed behind them. And these lots start at just $80,000.
Natchez RV Resort has 300 days of sunshine and year-round family fun. Pickleball, playground, dog park, miles of recreational trails. Plus, you have fishing, hunting, skiing, and golf nearby. And don't forget wine tasting. Yakima Valley has been voted the #1 best wine region in the U.S.
Natchez RV Resort also features a 4,300 square foot clubhouse with gourmet kitchen, great room, fitness center, showers, and laundry. Plus, the brand new saltwater swimming pool and hot tub are open and ready for you.
Get your perfect pick of Natchez RV Resort's premium view lots, starting at just $80,000. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. You may have known us for our unique cabinet refacing projects, but I'd like to introduce our full bathroom remodeling service. New tub, shower, floors, counters, and of course cabinetry. Same commitment to quality and value, same full service, just another way to serve the folks of Puget Sound. Call today for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes. Over 1,000 floor plan options. It's your best chance to save all year. Browse the exhibits, chat with the experts, free parking. Tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in Russia, where Vladimir Putin's announced a 3-day ceasefire in Ukraine next week to mark his nation's celebration of the defeat of Nazi Germany in 1945. It comes 2 days after President Trump met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the Vatican. Correspondent Nancy Cordes from the White House.
Trump told reporters he wants a deal to end the war in 2 weeks or less. But major questions about territory, security, and rebuilding remain.
The White House says President Trump will sign 2 new executive orders today to ramp up his immigration crackdown. Spokeswoman Caroline Levitz announced new numbers.
Total attempted illegal crossings at the southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another new record low again last month in March.
The Vatican says the conclave to elect a successor to Pope Francis will begin May 7th. CBS News Papal contributor Delia Gallagher is in Rome.
Now, what that means is in the morning they will have a mass at St. Peter's Basilica, and then in the afternoon they process a beautiful procession with the Litany of Saints with songs into the Sistine Chapel, and they have the option of doing one vote on the first day in the afternoon.
Sistine Chapel was sealed today. Spanish utility officials say it could take up to 10 hours to restore power amid a nationwide blackout. The BBC's Joe Inwood.
It seems that the entire network has suffered some sort of massive failure, and we're seeing pictures on social media that show the impact. Traffic lights out. We understand the metro system is out in Portugal, and the railway system in Spain as well.
Play at the Madrid Tennis Open has been suspended. Parts of France also affected. No word on the cause. A boat slammed into a ferry in Pinellas County, Florida last night and got away after killing one person and injuring at least 6 others. Correspondent Manuel Bojorquez reports.
A boat near the city's Memorial Causeway Bridge crashed into the Clearwater Ferry and then took off.
Think of it like a hit and run, but on the water.
The Coast Guard says it has identified that boat. The collision sent the ferry carrying 45 people into a sandbar where it remained stuck, its roof left in tatters. Wreckage inside showed a scene in complete disarray.
People in parts of the Midwest are bracing for dangerous weather this afternoon. CBS meteorologist Jessica Birch.
The biggest risk today and tomorrow has to do with tornado activity, which is possible widespread throughout the valleys, all the way up into Ohio valleys, and of course back into the plains too, closer to Oklahoma.
Dow is up 195 in early trading. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It is 7:03 on your Monday morning, and time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And our heaviest drive now, Amanda, is on southbound 405 as you work your way through Canyon Park, down through 522, down through Bothell. But after that, it's not too bad. But our travel time overall, 50 minutes from Everett into Bellevue, closer to 42 from Everett to Seattle. So it's much faster on the I-5 side today, working your way down. Looking at northbound I-5, Federal Way to Seattle is now running a little over 50 minutes, 25 minutes up to South Center with the off and on braking past the Kent Des Moines Road construction zone, and then more past the West Seattle Bridge. Behind that, the Olympia to Tacoma Drive is only 35 minutes, so that's right where it should be as well. Northbound 167, 45 to 46, depending on how you hit the brake lights in Auburn, and then rented to Bellevue is about 25 to 28. Eastbound Tiger Mountain over 18 down to I-90 is its normal self, so plan on a little bit of a delay there. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. An investigation is underway in British Columbia, Vancouver, where the driver of a black SUV plowed into a crowd, leaving at least 11 dead, dozens of others hurt.
This was at a gathering for the annual Lapu Lapu Day Block Party, a celebration of Filipino culture, Saturday night. One young woman was just arriving when it happened.
And then next thing you know, you just saw a car just went so fast, and then it was really loud. What I thought it was gunshots, but no, everyone started running, and then I hear crying, weeping.
Police say the suspect, a 30-year-old Vancouver man, has a history of mental illness.
Police are searching for a suspect who shot 2 people overnight. This happened in Tacoma.
Investigators say one of those victims died. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with details.
Amanda, this is the third shooting in Tacoma's Salishan neighborhood in just 1 week. 2 people shot in this latest incident. Police say a female victim was taken to the hospital in stable condition, and a male victim in critical condition died at the hospital. This happened on East Q Street around 7 last night, just a few blocks from First Creek Middle School. In the same neighborhood, last Monday, gunfire killed a junior at Mount Tahoma High School. No arrests so far in that shooting. Last Tuesday, gunshots forced Blix Elementary School into lockdown. No injuries and no arrests in that shooting either. And for this latest shooting, detectives are calling it a homicide. So far, no arrests.
Local teachers back home after visiting the Vatican. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss reports Mary Frances Brennan is a theology teacher at Kennedy Catholic High in Burien.
She says she made plans a while ago to visit Rome with her fiancé, but never expected the Pope to pass on the day they left.
So I was really, sad, maybe devastated, but I think mostly just sad and confused. You don't expect to wake up and suddenly the Pope is gone.
After spending time on the plane for 10 to 15 hours reflecting, she realized she would embrace the moment and see what's called the translation. That's when the Pope's body is processed from the chapel to St. Peter's Square and into the Basilica.
That's Jason Sloss reporting.
It's now 7:06.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, thanks for being here. We're playing Soundgarden all morning. They just
Finally in the Rock Hall of Fame.
They just made it. That's exciting. They were rejected 2 times before this, so long-deserved honor. They'll be going in the upcoming ceremony. So looking forward to seeing that. I'm Charlie Harger. Manda Factor is here. Jonah Oakleaf is covering for David Burbank. Our producer, Katrina Gashar, is out at the news desk.
Sully's here, keeping his eyes on the roads as always for us.
And this hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. Busy hour of the show ahead. We have Crime and Safety Unit Leader Anna Schechter joining the show from CBS News to break down what we know about that Vancouver car attack over the weekend.
Also coming up, CBS reporter Olivia Rinaldi chats with us about how Trump's trade war with China is affecting Seattle ports.
The 2025 regular session is adjourned. Sine die. Sine die.
Washington lawmakers narrowly avoided a special session by approving a $77.1 billion budget last night. Democrats say this budget tackles urgent needs, especially in education. This is House Speaker Lori Jenkins.
We wanted to make sure that what our solutions were going to keep on creating good jobs here in this state, build on our very strong economy and our workforce.
Boosts special education funding by $750 million and directs more money to low-income schools. Republicans argue the taxes used to fund it unfairly target working families. Republican Senator Nikki Torres of Pasco calls the new taxes regressive, hitting low-income families hardest. Democratic Representative Tim Ormsby of Spokane defended the budget, saying it protects essential services. Despite tough choices, Governor Bob Ferguson is expected to review the budget before signing it into law.
Well, the price of your gas, car tabs, and driver's license could go up. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson has details on the fuel tax.
A 6-cent per gallon increase has been sent to the governor for his approval. If he signs it, it could go into effect in July, with 2% increases every year after that. The bill also creates a tax on luxury cars, motorhomes, boats, and non-commercial airplanes, as well as increases fees for licenses and registration.
They keep raising everything up. Rent is expensive. Everything is up. I don't think it's okay.
The annual increase advocates say is to keep up with inflation.
Controversial rent cap bill just cleared the Washington legislature. Rent increases would be limited. This would start in June. New construction and small owner-occupied properties would be exempt for up to 12 years. Supporters say the cap protects tenants. Opponents say it could make Washington's housing shortage even worse. Bill now heads to Governor Bob Ferguson, who has not yet taken a public stance.
And lawmakers honored the late state senator Bill Ramos yesterday. Ramos, an Issaquah Democrat, died suddenly April 19th while running near his home. According to the News Tribune, both parties remembered Ramos for his contributions. Senators adopted a resolution commemorating Ramos on the last day of the session.
It's 7:10. It's a battle against shoplifting every day for Bella's Voice thrift store in Linwood. The nonprofit benefits animal welfare causes, and according to the Everett Herald, staff estimate 5 to 10 thefts a day. Executive director says it costs the store more than $300 a day. That money would support a pet food bank, low-income veterinary aid. Shoplifting arrests in Linwood are rising more than anywhere else in Snohomish County, according to the Herald. In 2015, Linwood police made 166 shoplifting arrests. 2024, that number had skyrocketed to 1,272.
A climber who fell from a cliff wall near the town of Index is now recovering in the hospital after a dramatic helicopter rescue. It was about 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Calls came in to dispatchers that a climber fell in an area near the upper town wall. Sky Valley Fire and a technical rescue team from Snohomish Regional Fire and Rescue went to work on a high-angle rescue. Other climbers, including an ER tech and several nurses who happened to be nearby, helped. The county Snowhawk helicopter hoisted the victim to safety and flew that climber to Providence Medical Center in Everett. The victim was in extreme pain in the lower half of their body, but is expected to survive.
At 7-11 now, 6 straight series wins for the Mariners. Cal Raleigh hit his 10th home run of the season yesterday against the Marlins.
Cal Raleigh, fly ball, lofted right field, number 10, inbound, gone.
Jorge Polanco, 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. If your name is Jorge Polanco, you basically have to be an MLB player.
Oh, totally.
That is the perfect MLB name. J.P. Crawford hit a 2-run homer to close out a 7-6 win. The Mariners have scored 25 runs in 3 games. Logan Evans also pitched 5 innings. He becomes the first Mariners pitcher since 2017 to win his MLB debut. They are off today and face the Angels tomorrow.
Keep it up, my friends. Some 6-packs of beer may cost an Alaska man his airplane. CBS's Steve Kathan explains.
In 2012, Kenneth Juppy's Cessna was set to take off on a supply run to Beaver, Alaska, a dry town. Before leaving Fairbanks, a state trooper noticed boxes that contained beer being put on board. Juppy denied knowing there was beer in boxes that were loaded on. A jury ruled against him and sentenced him to 3 days in jail and fined his company, but the state appealed, seeking confiscation of his plane, worth more than $90,000. The state Supreme Court backed that move. Juppy vows to take the case to the U.S. Supreme Court. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
So if you were looking for a plot to the reboot of Smokey and the Bandit, I think we have it.
That would work.
Okay. It's 7:12 on Seattle's Morning News. Let's check weather now, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Today and tomorrow, we will have clouds and afternoon showers. Highs both days in the mid to upper 50s. Wednesday, we start to clear up a bit. It'll be partly sunny, a high of 65. Thursday looks to be the nicest day of the week. If by nice you define it as having sun and highs in the mid 70s.
That's nice.
Yeah. Partly cloudy, 67 Friday. Saturday looking cloudy, Sunday looking partly cloudy. Right now in Seattle, 49 with clouds at 7:13.
And that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we are still enjoying a pretty good drive with the exception of the southbound 405 corridor getting away from Linwood. That one just continues to add drivers and continues to slow down. We're over 50 minutes now from Everett to Bellevue. And you compare that to about the 43-minute trip you're getting from Everett to Seattle. You can see kind of the disparity in the volume today. It's just kind of a little unusual commute there. Northbound 405 through the Renton S curves, definitely bogging down, and then seeing the brake lights extend past the VMAC there at 44th. You're going to need about a half an hour to go from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, nice and easy, a pretty easy 45-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Brake lights there in Auburn and at the north end. Federal Way to Seattle's a little over 50 minutes now. We have Federal Way to South Center at about 25 to 30 with the brake lights up past the Kent Des Moines Road, and then past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. Looks about average. Across the lake, no issues, but we do have brake lights now through DuPont as you go northbound I-5, trying to make your way up through Nisqually towards the JBLM area. Got about a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma at this point. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, ProSculpt.com.
7:14 now. Let's head over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
Discrimination lawsuits against the Seattle Police Department are stacking up. According to Divest SBD, officers Corey Foy and Michael Griffin, who are both black, filed civil lawsuits alleging harassment and retaliation due to their race. This follows a $1 million settlement with a black captain just earlier this month. Foy and Griffin claimed they were unfairly reprimanded and denied opportunities. We have reached out to the Seattle Police Department for comment. And later this morning, Mayor Bruce Harrell will celebrate new Seattle police officers who are in training. He says they're part of a significant increase in police hiring this year. Chief Sean Barnes will be at the press conference. It begins at 11:30.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 7:15.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Good morning. It's 7:15. Thanks for being with us on this Monday, the 28th of April. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor.
And we head over to CBS's Anna Schechter. She is the Crime and Public Safety Unit leader with CBS News. She's talking about what happened in Vancouver, BC over the weekend. That's where a Filipino street festival was happening and a black SUV drove into a crowd. At least 11 people are dead. Good morning, Anna. Thank you for joining us. What have we learned about this?
Well, we haven't yet learned a motive, but we have learned that the 30-year-old suspect was known to police and that police have had multiple interactions with him prior to the incident related to mental health issues. So that's definitely a clue. Police said overnight that they're not prepared to speak specifically about a motive. But the other thing is that it was not an act of terrorism, according to the evidence that they have reviewed at this time. He's been charged with 8 counts of second-degree murder. Police have said that the process is ongoing for adding new charges, and they expect more charges to be added. That might go up as they get more details about the 11 people killed and the multiple people injured. The victims range between the ages of 5 and 65 years old. And this was called the darkest day in Vancouver's history.
You mentioned he was known to police and his issues involved mental health. Do we know if he had been violent in the past?
We don't have evidence of violence at this point. We don't have any information about that. But he doesn't have a criminal record. So that gives us a little bit of information. But the fact that they were aware of him, had interacted with him in the past, that didn't result in an arrest, charges, and a conviction, that at least we know of at this time. But still a lot of questions. His family is not speaking publicly at this time. So still kind of more questions than answers at this hour.
Anna, this immediately brought to mind a similar incident in Toronto a few years back. Can you just maybe compare what happened there compared to what happened in Vancouver, BC?
Well, it's interesting because I was actually thinking of the January 1st vehicle ramming in New Orleans, just recently on January 1st, where a pickup truck rammed in to a crowd of revelers, and there weren't bollards up to protect pedestrians from a threat like that. The same questions have been asked about this Filipino festival. Why was a vehicle able to get onto that street? Why weren't there more protections? So that is definitely under review at this time. So vehicle rammings have increased over the last few years, and the U.S. intelligence community has been more concerned about it. But, same with Toronto, looking at New Orleans, think about Magdeburg, Germany. That occurred just December 20th. There was one in China, one in London, Ontario. The Toronto incident happened back in 2018, and that was a 25-year-old Canadian man who drove a rented van into pedestrians right in downtown Toronto, and 10 people were killed, 16 were injured. So, this wasn't a means of attack that we used to see, say, 20 years ago, but in recent years, it has become more common. What stands out to me here, though, why this is maybe, less of a huge story, like gripping the headlines across the country, compared with the New Orleans attack, is that it doesn't appear this was ideologically motivated. But certainly we want to look to motive. That investigation is still underway. I'm sure electronic devices are being reviewed, and people who have been in contact with the suspect in recent days and weeks are being interviewed about his mindset and how he made that decision to ram the SUV into that very crowded area. And that's garnering such a high death toll and casualty numbers.
I know you said police aren't talking about a motive, but do we know if he has ties to the Filipino community?
They have not made any statements about that as of yet, so that is still under review. Interestingly, there have been videos circulating that our own confirmed team have verified as being right at the scene. He was apprehended by community members and subdued, and they were standing with him waiting for police to come. It was sort of a bizarre scene there where citizens actually stepped in to apprehend him and hold him until the police got there. From that video, you couldn't determine if people, knew him or if he was tied to the community. So all of that remains to be seen and is still under review.
Okay. Leaders in Vancouver, BC, calling it the darkest day in that city's history. Thanks for joining us this morning. That's Anna Schechter with CBS News. Thanks, Anna.
Happy to be with you.
It's 7:22.
Other things we're following today. Firefighters came to the rescue of a person who fell about 30 feet down an embankment in Mukilteo. This was in Big Gulch Park Saturday morning. The person got stuck in the brush after the fall. The Mukilteo Fire Department and 3 other agencies responded. A rope rescue team rappelled down to the person in a high-angle rescue. They did get the person free from the brush, raised them up, and took them to the hospital.
Amanda, you might find this shocking, but were you aware that I went to computer camp in the 80s?
I am so shocked by that. Really?
Yes, really.
Weren't you a little too hip for that?
Computer camp? Yeah. No. We programmed robots is what I'm saying. And so these are my people, students at Henry Jackson High in Mill Creek celebrating their first ever world championship.
Isn't this awesome?
In robotics. Yeah, they call themselves Jack and the Bot. They beat out 600 other high schools at a competition.
Love it.
This happened in Houston. According to the Everett Herald, the team earned the top bot honor with a 150-pound robot, several built-in cameras, 20 different motors, and moving parts that perform complex tasks.
Very cool.
So congratulations, robotics team at Henry Jackson High School in Mill Creek.
Would it surprise you if you learned that I went to computer camp as a kid, too?
That absolutely would surprise me.
I did. I was also on a traveling math team.
I'm learning something new every day. I've known you forever.
I love math and science.
Sully, did you go to computer camp?
What do you think? No, I was at football camps.
Yeah.
There you go.
Track camps.
Yeah.
You were the cool kid.
I don't know about that, but I was athletic.
Right, of course.
Yeah, kind of a jock. But yeah, no. Computer camp, no.
No computer camp.
No. But way to go, Jackson High School.
Right?
Those kids are all my neighbors up there. Yeah, Jackson is way to go. Good job.
Yeah. You are at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
I am, and I've got a crash to tell you about, and this one's on northbound I-5. That's why we've been getting so slow through Nisqually. Looks like the right lane is blocked just underneath the railroad tracks, the freight tracks there as you come up from the Nisqually River Bridge, and we're backed up about a mile and a half. This one just happened, so 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma as you make your way through that slowing now. Then once you get through it, it's a pretty good drive all the way up through Tacoma and Fife, and then you hit the brakes at Federal Way, and we've got about a 55-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle, so still a little faster than normal, but we're pretty close to getting on our average. Northbound 167's got about a 48-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. That's about normal. And then Renton to Bellevue, the S-curves are heavy, but by the time you're up past 30th, it should be thinning out towards the Bellevue corridor. Across the lake, we're still doing really well, but coming down from the north end, we're bumper to bumper getting into and through Canyon Park now. Over 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue, and still about 42, 43 from Everett to Seattle. That side of the lake's actually doing really well, and the lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Our forecast for today and tomorrow will likely see some showers in the afternoon hours mainly. Otherwise, mostly cloudy with highs around 57 both days. Wednesday, partly cloudy, 65. Fast forward to Thursday when it will be sunny and in the mid-70s. Right now, cloudy and 50 in Seattle.
It's 7:24. More of the day's top stories on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
The guy that was a hitman for the Gambino. He's part of the Gambino family, yeah. And now he's a motivational speaker. He's in this, talking to a bunch of, grade school kids. You're like, listen, you guys gonna be okay. Just don't be snitches. They get stitches.
John Curley, weekdays 3 to 7 on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM. Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:31. What was supposed to be a celebration of culture turned into a nightmare for thousands in Vancouver, BC this weekend.
A Filipino dance group from Seattle just escaped the deadly attack there. The suspect drove his SUV into a crowd, killing 11 people. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Yeah, one day after that attack, one of the members of that dance group, Devin Cabanillo, shared on social media.
I'm safe. The kids are safe, especially. We're all very shaken up knowing that the people who are around us yesterday may not be alive.
Devin was at the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival Saturday with his friends, with his family, celebrating Filipino heritage. He says many of the people in that dance group left the festival just minutes before. Police say the 30-year-old suspect drove his Audi SUV around a barrier and into the crowd. Among the 11 people killed, victims as young as 5 years old as 65. Devin also talked about security there.
They say on the news there were barricades. Barricade was just like long plank of wood. It's not a concrete barrier or steel chains, and it's all people, just volunteers in orange vests. And I don't remember seeing any police.
Now, he went on to say that's not a knock on Canada. He just thinks that it's because they don't have the same idea or notions of violence as we do here in the U.S. Investigators are not calling this an act of terrorism. Instead, they say the suspect had a significant history with police and with mental health professionals. As for Devin and the dance troupe he was there with, all of them escaped unharmed. They are all back home safe.
And leaders in Vancouver, BC, calling this one of the darkest days in that city's history.
Very sad.
Okay, thank you, Luke. Washington lawmakers narrowly avoided a special session by approving a $77.1 billion budget last night. Democrats say this budget tackles urgent needs, especially in education. Here's House Speaker Lori Jenkins.
We wanted to make sure that what our solutions were going to keep on creating good jobs here in this state, build on our very strong economy and our workforce.
Republican Senator Nikki Torres of Pasco called the new taxes regressive, hitting low-income families hardest. It's now on to the desk of Governor Bob Ferguson. He is expected to review the budget before signing it into law.
Also on the way to the governor's desk, a 6-cent per gallon gas tax increase. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson reports if the governor signs it, it could go to effect this summer.
If he signs it, it could go into effect in July with 2% increases every year after that. The annual increase advocates say is to keep up with inflation that has contributed to a more than $1 billion shortfall in the state's transportation budget that fixes roads, highways, and ferries. The bill would raise more than $3 billion over 6 years.
It's 7:33. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where, it's only $4.53 a gallon in King County right now. National average $3.15, Sully.
Yeah, and who does the gas tax hurt the most? People with cars that maybe don't run as well. Lower income folks who drive cars that don't get good gas mileage. But something needs to be done. They need to find a way to fund the roads. I really wish they'd just take that CCA climate commitment stuff and put it towards roads instead of it just sitting there.
Well, that $750 I paid for my car tabs on my EV on Friday, I'm sure that goes towards it.
Well, no, you also, let's not forget how the Sound Transit part of that one as well. Sure, there are lots and lots of ways that we can pay for stuff. Man, gas pump. Yeah, that hits everybody.
Yep.
Well, those of us who drive real cars. I'm just joking. We've improved on the northbound I-5 drive as you work your way through the Lacey area. The crash that was blocking the right lane as you made your way up from Nisqually is out of the way. Still have a backup back into Lacey. Still a 45-minute proposition from Olympia to Tacoma. And then Tacoma itself is not too bad. A few brake lights up the hill. Federal Way to Seattle's now about an hour. We've got 30 minutes into South Center, 30 minutes from a lot of heavy brake lights getting into and through Pacific at this point. Up the Valley Freeway, we're getting closer to 55 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton, so definitely in the red on that drive. And then Renton to Bellevue's about 35 minutes. Coming down from the north end, you've got close to an hour now from Everett to Bellevue. 45 minutes still from Everett to Seattle. That drive actually is not too bad. Once you're through Shoreline, you really don't hit the brakes hard again till you're down close to about 85th. So we're getting there, but it's it's just going to be a heavy day. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
We are likely going to see some showers by afternoon, maybe a few peaks of sunshine this morning, but for the most part, a cloudy day, high of 57. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, and then Wednesday will dry out, partly cloudy, 65, 74 in the sunshine on Thursday. Right now it's cloudy and 50 in Seattle.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live Stream it online. Watch the show or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Good morning. Widespread power outages in southern Europe right now. CBS News foreign correspondent Elaine Cobb has the latest.
Trains and planes were cancelled, hospitals on alert, and businesses ground to a standstill as a massive power cut left all of Spain and Portugal and parts of southern France without electricity. The Spanish government is holding a crisis meeting, and officials say it's still unclear what caused the outage. For many in Madrid, the first sign something was wrong was when tennis star Coco Gauff was being interviewed on court.
I just need to not get a lot of sleep.
When the mic went dead mid-sentence. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
After an attack on the Ukrainian capital killed at least a dozen people, President Trump singled out Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying, quote, "I wasn't happy with it." Meanwhile, Russia has launched more attacks on Ukraine, and new this morning, Russia has announced a unilateral ceasefire for the next few days. We get the latest from CBS News' Ed O'Keefe.
With bombs dropping on Kyiv yet again this week, President Trump singled out Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday. "Stop," he said. "Let's get the peace deal done." The criticism continued later in an Oval Office meeting with the Prime Minister of Norway.
I wasn't happy with it, and we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired, and I was not happy with it.
Finally, President Trump is expressing the frustration that he must feel about President Putin.
William Taylor once served as U.S. ambassador to Ukraine.
We'll see if it's effective, but it is necessary for President Trump to put pressure on President Putin to come to the table.
Trump's focus on Russia came after he singled out Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky the day before for comments pushing back on ceding Crimea to Russia that Trump considered inflammatory. The Ukrainian leader was in South Africa Thursday before cutting his trip short and had previously been in London for meetings on the war, meetings that Secretary of State Marco Rubio decided to skip at the last minute. At the White House, President Trump was asked what concessions Russia has offered to get closer to peace.
Stopping the war, taking the whole country, pretty big concession.
But he balked at the idea that he's not putting pressure on Putin.
You don't know what pressure I'm putting on Russia. They're dealing. You have no idea what pressure I'm putting on Russia. We're putting a lot of pressure.
Now, President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky are both attending the Pope's funeral this weekend, and Zelensky has said he hopes to meet with Trump in Rome, if possible.
And as a matter of fact, they did meet along with the UK Prime Minister and the French President over the weekend. The NFL draft may be over, but the excitement over the 11 players the Seahawks added is growing. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman spoke to fans outside Lumen Field.
I felt good because we got some people that we needed.
Most people we spoke with feel that the Seahawks did address some big team needs.
But if you don't have an offensive line, you ain't going to protect that quarterback. He's not going to throw the ball when he can't throw it.
While adding some guys no one expected to be taken by the team.
I like Monroe from Alabama.
Which, of course,
I was happy about the draft, but I'll be honest, I didn't like the Monroe pick.
Although it really is too early to tell how these players will pan out, fans hope these guys are ready.
Speaking of excitement, Seattle Soundgarden finally headed to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The band missed out on the first two nominations. Soundgarden joins the likes of Outkast, Cyndi Lauper, and others in the 2025 class. Induction ceremony set for November 8th in Los Angeles. You'll be able to live stream it on Disney+.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the brake lights on northbound I-5 getting out of the Lacey area. Tell you what started them coming up next.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave seafood everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Right now at Les Schwab Tires, it's the Best for Less sales event. Save up to $120 instantly on a set of 4 tires. Choose from a wide selection of some of our longest-lasting, best-performing tires. Plus, you'll get America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just another way you'll get more from less. Stop by a store or shop online at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
7:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we are running about 10 minutes behind schedule on northbound I-5 as you work your way out of Lacey. We had a little crash up approaching the railroad tracks that was blocking the right lane just past the bridge. It's out of the way. The IRT truck is still there with the person in trouble. Have been over there on the right shoulder, but all the lanes have reopened. You got about a 45-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle now running about an hour with 30 minutes up to South Center, 30 minutes from. So that's about what you might expect. Coming down from the north end, though, hour drive from Everett into Bellevue. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often. And only when it really has to.
Even on a Monday, $15 on the southbound 405 Express toll lane. It will save you about 20 minutes, but it's pretty heavy from Linwood all the way down through the 522 interchange. Different story on I-5. It's running 15 minutes faster, 45 minutes there. Just not the volume yet on I-5, which is great. Renton to Bellevue, about 35 minutes. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, about 50 from Puyallup to Renton, maybe a little over. The brake lights begin well before Auburn today. Across the lake, though, we're still doing really well. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Our forecast, we're going to see some showers by afternoon today, headed for a high of 57, mostly cloudy for the day. Same deal for tomorrow, and Wednesday we'll see partly cloudy skies drying out in 65. It's 50 and cloudy in Seattle right now.
7:45, we head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A dramatic rescue unfolded near Index over the weekend. A climber fell nearly 100 feet at the upper town wall. Fellow climbers rushed to help before emergency crews arrived. A Snohomish County Sheriff's Office helicopter airlifted the climber to Providence Medical Center. Officials say the climber sustained non-life-threatening injuries but suffered significant pain in their legs and lower back, but they're expected to be okay. The Renton Farmers Market is moving, but it's temporary. It's due to construction at Piazza Park. The market will relocate to Williams Avenue between 2nd and 3rd Streets for the 2025 season. Opening day is June 3rd. Officials say they're working to ensure safety and minimize disruptions for nearby businesses. The market runs every Tuesday through September.
Thanks, Katrina. Coming up, we head to Washington, D.C., where we're going to get the latest on this tariff fight between the United States and China. What we're learning, that's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Hi, John Curley here. It's a great time to upgrade with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Take advantage of local utility rebates up to $5,000 off on heat pumps. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Get both heating and cooling with an ultra-efficient heat pump in one unit. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
See the new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort, and they start at just $80,000. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
It's John Curley for Window Nation. You know, April is a great time to spruce up around the house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. You could pay nothing up until 2027, and they'll include a free entry door, too. Why do I trust Window Nation? Because they partner with Milgard in Tacoma to build top-quality windows to their highest standards, and they back them with a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, good morning. It's Monday. It's 7:48. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor.
The escalating U.S.-China trade war is impacting the Port of Seattle. There is a noticeable decline in container and car shipments since mid-April due to those higher tariffs. Amanda, you and I have both been looking at these pictures of the port.
Empty.
Just completely empty. So we thought we would ring up Olivia Rinaldi from CBS News, who is covering the latest on this trade war with China and other countries. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
So give us an idea where things stand this morning as President Trump, I think as late as Friday, had said, yeah, President Xi of China and I are talking and a trade deal will be coming soon.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of news on Friday. This Time magazine piece came out. It was to, mark Trump's 100th day in office, which is tomorrow, I should note. But in that interview, he said that he's spoken by phone with President Xi of China about these tariffs. Now, there was swift reaction from Beijing saying there's no conversation happening between those two leaders that they know about, and that there's no conversation even happening at all between the two countries about the tariffs. Now, we know there's about 145% tariff that was put on Chinese products coming into the U.S. They retaliated and put 125% tariff on our products going into China. So this trade war continues to ratchet up, and as you guys said, you're starting to see the ramifications of it at U.S. ports, especially in Seattle on the West Coast, where all of those goods often come in. They're starting to slow down significantly. But as China says, there's no conversations happening. The White House maintains that they are having those conversations. As someone who's been reporting on this White House and the Trump team, I would imagine that those are some back channel conversations that are happening between the two countries about how they can really stave off these tariffs, because they are going to hurt the American economy and American consumers.
Obviously, we're very dependent on trade here in the Puget Sound area. What are the immediate and perhaps long-term economic consequences of this slowdown in port traffic?
Well, certainly on a level of just the cost of products are going to go up. But as cost of products goes up, it also will impact, your portsmen, the people who work in the shipping business, the people who work in tourism, travel. All these sorts of things will start to take a hit and an impact as these tariffs go into effect. If you can't afford to pay, 145% more on certain products, then you're just not going to buy them. And that will in turn slow down the U.S. economy. And we've heard from the Federal Reserve chairman that there is real concern that the impact of these tariffs could cause mass inflation, stagflation, and really send the economy into a tailspin. I also want to note that Gary Cohen, who worked in the first Trump administration as an economic advisor, was on CBS News this weekend talking with our Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation. And he said that the real squeeze is going to come towards the end of May, mid-May towards the end of May, because the shipping industry, it has about 6 weeks of lag time built into it, 6 to 8 weeks at any point. So start looking at the end of May for when costs are really going to go up, because people right now, they're able to use what's in their surplus so that they have, kind of accrued over the last several weeks just in case these tariffs went into effect. But we're really going to start to feel the impact of it around the end of May. So we have a few weeks to see really how this all plays out and how Americans are going to feel at the end of that.
We're speaking with Olivia Rinaldi from CBS News. And lastly, Olivia, there is that reporting that last week President Trump met with the leaders of Walmart, Target, Home Depot, among others. And those retailers are saying, listen, Mr. President, we are about to have empty shelves, and we're really concerned about what that might do for psychology for consumers when they see empty shelves. What are you hearing there?
Yeah, we did note there was that meeting last week. I believe it was last Wednesday between the big heads of the retailers across the United States that really provide the most essential goods for Americans. Think toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning supplies, food, groceries, things like that. And they were pleading with this White House, telling them this is how this is going to impact us. And the White House is basically saying, stick with us. We got it. We're working on it. We're working on these trade deals. We heard from Secretary Bessent last week. He said there's about 18 active trade deals that they're expecting to announce. But, it's still not with the biggest supplier of most of our goods, which is China. We are the U.S. is having active conversations with Japan, with South Korea. But, that's as far as like automobiles and technology. That's not, basic products that everyday Americans are buying. So we're waiting to see what these trade deals actually are and the substantiveness of them. And of course, the market is reacting to all of this pretty poorly. There's been a lot of whipsawing there, which Americans are also starting to feel that squeeze. So we will be hearing from Secretary Scott Bessent at some point this week. The White House is saying those conversations with him will be had, and he will make himself available. So we might be expecting some type of deal here soon. But all of this, again, is speculation, as the White House is trying to say that there are deals in the making that they are announcing soon.
All right, Olivia Rinaldi from CBS News. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
It's now 7:54, and that's time to get back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are pushing towards our second peak of the morning, and we have heavy brake lights away from Linwood on I-5 and 405. For I-5, they kind of peter out through Shoreline. For I-405, they continue down through Bothell. So we have about 55 minutes from Everett to Bellevue and about 45 from Everett to Seattle. So a kind of a 10-minute disparity there. Northbound I-5 still struggling out of Lacey. 45 minutes to get you up into Tacoma. That's because of an earlier crash we had just past the bridge, heading up towards Mounts Road. The rest of Pierce County is okay, a little bit of yellow here and there. Federal Way to Seattle, though, running an hour, and we're close to an hour now from Puyallup to Renton, with over 30 minutes now from Auburn. Renton to Bellevue, about 40 minutes. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through April, Lake Washington Windows paying your sales tax plus giving you 18 months to pay. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Lovely forecast for the middle of the week. We have to get through a couple cloudy and showery days. High at 56 today, 58 tomorrow, 65 on Wednesday. But Thursday, kind of perfect. 74 with sunshine. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 50 at 7:55.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining, I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. We'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Call Day and Night to save $50 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Announcing the newest, most beautiful senior living community around. It's the grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell, a Care Partners senior living community. Amanda here. Discover vibrant, independent, assisted living and memory care where seniors thrive with top-notch care, engaging activities, and a warm, welcoming environment. Visit carepartnersliving.com now to schedule a visit and be one of the first to call Vineyard Park at North Creek home. The grand opening of Vineyard Park at North Creek Bothell going on now. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace.
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Easy Cater is the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. With easy online ordering, search filters for budget, dietary needs, and more. Save your favorite restaurants and favorite orders for easy reordering. Save time with group ordering. You send a link, your team orders what they want. Plus, Easy Cater makes expense reporting a snap with all your receipts in one place. Easy Cater. More than just a way to order catering for work, it's your business tool for food. Order now at easycater.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Looking for the ultimate fun and dining experience? Come check out Nisqually Red Wind Casino, the South Sound's premier destination. Voted best casino, best host, best promotions, and best for fun. Players can always enjoy exciting monthly giveaways or get in on the action with specials and dining discounts at their casual or fine dining restaurants. Give them a shot and see why they're the best. Only at Nisqually Red Wind Casino. Your VIP here. Visit redwindcasino.com.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump is due to sign 2 executive orders today designed to ramp up his immigration crackdown, and his border czar has issued a warning to undocumented immigrants.
At an early morning White House press briefing,
you cannot hide from ICE.
Tom Homan said that people who are in the country illegally will be prosecuted if they remain here.
If you fail to leave the United States after receiving a removal order, we can and will issue monetary fines up to $998 a day.
The Trump administration requires that undocumented immigrants who are 14 and older register or face penalties. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
And Homan disputes claims from an undocumented mother who was deported to Honduras with her 2 young children. She says she was not given the option to leave the 2 U.S. citizens with relatives here in this country. The Kremlin announced a Ukraine ceasefire to begin May 8th. There's been no comment from Kyiv, which has sought a 30-day ceasefire. CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
The official line out of the Pentagon, as Secretary Hegseth, it's the same as it's coming out of the White House. They want to stop the killing. So even if that's temporary, it shows a level of restraint, and anything that can stop the killing, even temporarily, even if it's a gesture from the Kremlin, it does show a bit of accommodation and a bit of wiggle room.
The Vatican says the conclave to pick a successor to Pope Francis will begin 1 week from Wednesday. CBS News contributor Delia Gallagher is in Rome.
In the last 2 conclaves, a pope has been chosen within 2 days, so we could expect perhaps something similar, but you never know.
Correspondent Holly Williams reports on a major power outage today in parts of Europe.
It's primarily affecting 2 countries, Spain and Portugal. Those 2 nations in southern Europe have a combined population of over 50 million people, so this is a very big deal. Parts of France were also apparently briefly affected.
Now to Florida, CBS's Manuel Bojorquez has more on the aftermath in Clearwater after a boat hit a ferry and then fled.
At least 1 person has died, and police say 6 patients were declared trauma alerts, with 2 transported to the hospital by helicopter.
It came through where the captain sits, like he was pinned down.
Marco Vecchio and his wife Brenda Alvarez were on board.
We just did our best to try to stay calm for the kids and the other families around us, and my husband actually went and helped other people that were on the boat with open wounds.
Authorities have identified the boat involved in the incident. Forecasters say parts of Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin are in line for storms today, potentially packing tornadoes. Wall Street. Right now, the Dow is up 144 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
8:03, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And in some spots, we're running about 10 minutes faster than you might expect on this Monday. I'm going to start, though, with the bad news, which is the slowing we have through the Lacey area. The positive of that, though, is we've picked up a couple of minutes now that the crash up near the Mounts Road area has cleared. It's still over on the right-hand shoulder, but not blocking the lane anymore. We're back down to 40 minutes again from Olympia to Tacoma. Then a really good drive all the way up until you get to right around Highway 18. Little gap there, a little braking there, and then there from Federal Way to Seattle. It's about an hour, about 35 minutes from South Center, so that gives you kind of the idea. That's about average. Valley Freeway, still 30 minutes out of Auburn and 55 all the way from Puyallup. Rented to Bellevue is about 40 minutes, but out of the north end is where we're seeing a much lighter day. It's 52 minutes from Everett to Bellevue and about 45 from Everett to Seattle, which is pretty decent. Across the lake, no issues. Eastbound 18 is struggling over Tiger Mountain. 16 is good back and forth between Port Orchard and Tacoma. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. If the wind is blowing, AAA Washington will help keep you going. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
This is Seattle's Morning News. It is 8:04. Police are searching for a suspect who shot 2 people overnight in Tacoma.
And investigators say one of those victims died. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with details. Luke?
Charlie, this is the 3rd shooting in Tacoma's Salishan neighborhood in just 1 week. 2 people were shot in this latest incident, police say. They also say a female adult victim was taken to the hospital in stable condition, and a male adult victim in critical condition died at the hospital. This happened on East Q Street around 7 last night, just a few blocks away from First Creek Middle School. In the same neighborhood, last Monday, gunfire killed a junior at Mount Tahoma High School. No arrests so far in that shooting. Last Tuesday, gunshots forced Blix Elementary School into lockdown. No injuries and no arrests in that shooting. for this latest shooting. Detectives are calling it a homicide. So far, no arrests.
Thank you, Luke. It's 8:05. Shock in Vancouver, BC, where an SUV plowed into a crowd during a Filipino Heritage Festival. 11 people were killed, dozens more injured. As Seattle experiments with restricting traffic in Pike Place Market, KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn spoke with Filipinos who have ties to the Vancouver community.
We found Lila Rosas in the kitchen of her family's Oriental Mart in the heart of the Pike Place Market. On Friday, a regular customer from Portland, Oregon, stopped by on his way to Vancouver, Canada, she says, to perform with friends in a Filipino festival.
Yes, of course, it's, devastating for us Filipinos, especially.
Canadian authorities are trying to determine why the 30-year-old driver rammed his SUV into the crowd enjoying the Saturday festival. They have said they do not believe it was an act of terrorism.
The 2025 regular session is adjourned. Sine die.
Sine die. Washington lawmakers there wrapping up the session by passing a $77.1 billion budget last night. House Speaker Lori Jenkins, a Democrat, says the budget boosts education, law enforcement, and social services.
We wanted to make sure that we were not doing things that harm the most vulnerable in the state. And to not put a higher burden on working families.
Republicans are slamming the plan, saying new taxes will hurt low-income families the most. The plan now heads to Governor Ferguson's desk for final review, and we have Matt Markovich, our KIRO Newsradio political analyst, joining us at 8:15 for all the details here.
Right now, it's 8:07.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Playing a little Soundgarden this morning. They have made it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The big announcement yesterday. So cool to see those guys on their way.
Every time we play a song, I say, that's my favorite Soundgarden. No, it's that one.
Man, they had so many bangers in the late 80s and 90s. Yeah, good for them. Really excited. I'm Charlie. Manda is here as well. We have producer Jonah in for David Burbank today. Sully, you are watching the roads. Soundgarden, I'm thinking that's just a little past your time. You're more of a hair metal guy?
Well, totally a hair metal guy. But I was in Portland when grunge kind of popped out, so I kind of hit it a little late.
Okay.
So, Soundgarden, probably Alice in Chains are probably my top two.
Yeah?
Yeah. The other ones I never really got into, including Pearl Jam. So...
Well, to each his own.
Yeah.
Who else is getting in? Outkast, Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah.
And a handful of others.
Chubby Checker.
Which, again, reminds me, this is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Chubby Checker's, I think.
I get, but Outkast? I mean,
Cyndi
as a
Lauper.
hip-hop guy, I've always wondered, why not just call it the Music Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Could
do that. All right. It's 8:08. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, we have a lot more of the day's top stories on the way, including G. Scott. He'll be here at 8:45 to talk about the NFL draft, how that went this weekend, and maybe we can find out where G. Jr. is going to wind up.
How exciting.
I'm so excited for G,
right?
For sure. It's 8:08 now on Seattle's Morning News.
Other things we're following this morning, a road rage incident ended with one person in the hospital, another behind bars. This happened yesterday morning in Scott Lake, that's south of Tumwater.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, roll over towards me. Yep, and then sit up.
Thurston County deputies say the driver and the motorcyclist got into a fight. The driver rear-ended the motorcycle. The motorcyclist then flew onto the windshield. The driver slammed on the brakes. The motorcyclist fell off and then ran the driver over, or the driver ran that person over. The driver ran off, but deputies were able to find him. They say the driver showed signs of impairment, booked for DUI, vehicular assault, and felony hit and run, and the motorcyclist was taken to the hospital.
Teenage boy is dead after a single-car crash near Enumclaw. This is according to KOMO News. This crash happened just before 2 a.m. yesterday morning. Deputies say the teenager died at the scene despite life-saving efforts. A person was arrested for investigation of vehicular homicide. Deputies have not released details about the relationship between the two. The major accident response team is handling the investigation.
The Pierce County Council will vote tomorrow on a resolution about immigration enforcement. This resolution aims to limit cooperation between local police and federal immigration authorities. According to the News Tribune, the council supports the Keep Washington Working Act. That 2019 law says immigration status is not a police matter. County Executive Ryan Mello backs the resolution. He wants county departments that is, to follow the state law. The vote highlights a feud between the council and the conservative sheriff.
Today, Seattle will have a requiem mass for Pope Francis. Pope was laid to rest Saturday in Rome. The service will begin at 12:10 this afternoon at St. James Cathedral, and the church says all are welcome.
The Renton Farmers Market is moving down the street, as we hear from KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss.
The market's new spot is on Williams Avenue South every Tuesday, beginning June 3rd. The city's making room for construction improvements at Piazza Park. According to the Renton Reporter, this revamp will cost nearly $400,000. Construction is expected to finish by the end of the year.
Mariners celebrating another series win, this time against the Marlins. Jorge Polanco, 3 for 4 yesterday, 2 RBIs.
Fly ball, right field. He tags another one, gone. Jorge Polanco continues to mash.
J.P. Crawford hit a 2-run homer to close out a 7-6 win. The Mariners have scored 25 runs in 3 games.
That's just batty.
Batty?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, well, you did. I like it.
25 in 3 games.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. They won by, as Sully says, 2 touchdowns on Saturday.
Yep. Yeah, and what's really cool, they're taking a ton of walks, which I know their approach at the plate is really much improved. So I like what I see.
Keep it going.
Okay, fingers crossed. They are off today. They host the LA Angels tomorrow.
It's now 8:12, and that's time to talk about the weather, shall we? It's going to be nice later in the week. Our forecast is brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. For today and tomorrow, mostly cloudy days with showers in the afternoon hours mainly, highs in the upper 50s. Wednesday, partly cloudy, drying out in 65, but still looking for sunny and 74 on Thursday. Right now, it's cloudy and 50 in Seattle.
At 8:12, let's go to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are seeing our drive improve coming up from the Olympia area, back under 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma after we had that little crash approaching the Mounts Road area coming up out of the Nisqually Basin. And then you have a pretty good drive all the way up through Tacoma, and then Federal Way, about an hour. 35 of those minutes are from South Center, so that tells you we're getting a little bit better on that front-end drive, trying to work your way up through South Center. We've also thinned out on the Valley Freeway really nicely. We've picked up 10 minutes. It's only 25 minutes out of Auburn and 45 out of Puyallup, so that's really good. Renton to Bellevue, kind of stabilized right around 40 minutes. We have the brake lights up past 30th, and then a little gap, and then you hit it through Factoria over I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, still pretty good as you work your way through the Marysville area. The Trestle's not bad either. And, the brake lights are heavy through Linwood, through the Weaving and Merging. They're heavy through Canyon Park, down through Bothell. But, a 55-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue is not bad. 45 from Everett to Seattle is good. Across the lake, we're doing really well. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
8:13 now. Let's go over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
Today, Mayor Bruce Harrell will celebrate Seattle police officers who are new and in training. He says they're part of a significant increase in police hiring this year. Chief Sean Barnes will also be at the press conference. It begins at 11:30. Big news for Washington State Fair fans. Global superstar Khalid is coming to headline the concert series in Puyallup.
So wake me up in the spring while I'm high off my American dream.
He'll be on stage Thursday, September 11th with special guest Flower of Love. Tickets go on sale on Friday.
It's also got that song Young, Dumb, and Broke, which basically
song.
described me in my early 20s. So
For many of us.
It's 8:14 on Seattle's Morning News.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
And it's 8:14 on your Monday morning. Time for our legislative update. It's brought to you by WaFd Bank.
And the 105-day session is finally over, or so we think. Biggest job the lawmakers have to do is pass a balanced budget. They did that yesterday, the very last day of the regular session.
KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich has been following the sausage being made in Olympia for all 105 days. He's with us now. So, has overtime been avoided, Matt?
Well, the short answer is no, but there's still a possibility it could happen. And using the NFL draft day analogy, since we just came through the draft, Governor Ferguson is now on the clock, and he has 20 days to decide if one is needed, and basically to take any kind of action on the vote. Here's what he on the budget. Here's what he said yesterday about that.
What's most important is to get this budget. If it goes an extra day or two, I'm not overly concerned. But the sense I have is optimism that we can get done today.
Now, in a statement dropped right after the session closed, Ferguson made it clear that he's not rushing into anything, saying he was looking forward to carefully reviewing the budgets line by line and promising a full public breakdown once he's finished going through it. And here's what he's looking at.
No gimmicks. Let's budget to what's reality. Those things I think are in there for sure. That's positive. But of course, I will be looking at the overall scale of the revenue that's coming in.
And again, revenue means taxes. Now, Washington's governor has line item veto power in this state, meaning he can slice and dice the budget if he wants. He said that at first glance, it features roughly $7 billion in cuts, but it's offset by $9 billion in new taxes and tax increases. Now, he has a lot to read in this budget. It was 1,366 pages, and he's going to be going through it with his Office of Financial Management. It was released Saturday by Democratic budget writers, and I really suspect few lawmakers who voted on it actually read the whole thing by Sunday. So during a press conference by the Democratic leadership after the session was over, Senate Majority Leader Jamie Peterson talked about the talks between them and the governor's office leading up to yesterday's vote.
Our conversations have been very positive in the last week, and I think if you watched his statements over time, I think you can see that he had a significant influence over the budget as it ultimately passed both chambers.
So, Matt, one of the things that we observed during this session was that Ferguson was saying over and over and over again, we have to be careful about raising taxes. Instead, we should be looking at other ways to save. So with this budget that they came up with and submitted on Saturday, and it got passed yesterday, there's $9 billion in new taxes. What is the governor saying? Did they sweeten this to make it so he would have no choice but to sign it?
Well, they did. And he was actually, the Democratic leadership was asked that question, whether or not they put something in there that so the governor would pass it. And they said, oh, we've been talking with him. From the beginning of his administration, he's been demanding, like you said, to save billions of dollars and stick to real revenue numbers. Now, automatically, they've been baking in a 4.5% tax increases per year. That means the money coming into the state. But that's just kind of a makeshift number that the legislature has been relying on. He said he wanted real numbers, and he also wanted to boost affordable housing, pour money into education, and he did get what he wanted was $100 million in grant money for cities and counties for local law enforcement. That was a big thing for him, and the legislature gave it to him.
How was the vote, Matt? Did any Republicans support the budget?
Not one. In fact, the operating budget came down to a party line vote in the Senate, and all the Democrats in support and all the Republicans voting against it. That was in the Senate. Now, it was a slightly different story in the House, where 6 Democrats defected and joined all Republicans in voting no. Republicans repeatedly said that their budget proposal would have spent $2 billion less, raised no taxes, and cut no services. Republican Representative Ed Orcutt outlined kind of why the Republicans all voted against it.
The budget writers always seem to write their budget. This is what we want to spend, and then they go and put tax packages together to try and make sure they have enough money to do it. Again, this year, they're overspending how much they've got coming in.
All right, Matt. So where are we seeing the biggest tax increases here?
Well, it's going to be businesses. The wealth tax is dead. That was a huge part of the budget going forward, and any kind of big version of that and a small version was dead. So what who's carrying all the weight in terms of the operating budget? It's going to be businesses, and the bigger you are, the bigger the taxes. Here's Democratic Representative April Berg on that aspect.
But we did a very strategic approach in terms of tax increases for businesses. The other piece of it is you're going to see us doing some sales tax on services, and we truly are a services economy. Our economy has changed. Some of the taxes that we levy in the state reflecting that.
And that's important what she just said. We're going to start taxing services in this state, and he's really going after high tech. All the people that do consulting, charging for services. We're in a high tech society here, and now the state is tapping into that for a tax. And I thought, Charlie, Manda, of all the comments I heard yesterday, that I thought was the most foretelling about what's going to happen with this in the future of this state, it came from Senator Jamie Peterson. He's the Senate Majority Leader, Democrat, that the focus going forward will be to find ways to tax the rich and large businesses to support the social programs that the Democrats say are needed to help out the less fortunate.
This was a significant step forward and an opportunity for us to have sort of present a vision of what a world could look like in terms of better funded public schools and perhaps less regressive taxation if we were able to call on some of our most fortunate community members to contribute a higher share of their property.
Okay, Matt, I am coming into this blind. I honestly don't know, so help me out here, because I do know that Microsoft and a bunch of tech businesses and other businesses throughout the state said, please don't do this. This is a bad idea, and it may have consequences you don't anticipate. Is this what they were recommending against?
Exactly, Charlie. And they were, the threat has always been, if you're going to increase the business and occupation tax, which they did in this, and it's a wide-ranging increase on these large businesses, they're going to move out of town. And we're seeing that with some of the large billionaires. I'll call it Jeff Bezos moved to Florida, and he saved a lot of money by moving to Florida and not paying a capital gains tax. Businesses are threatening that could happen too. They will move out of state when they, especially in a service-oriented business, which it doesn't really require you to have a shop here in Seattle to operate. You can operate out of any part of the country. So that's been the threat. But it was really clear from Senator Peterson and the Democrats, again, who run the show down there. They wrote the budget and have all the votes to pass anything they want. They were very clear yesterday that going forward, it's going to be taxing big businesses, the large wealthy businesses, not the small guys, although the small guys will be taxed in this, not as significant as big business, but that's going to be the source of all the new revenue going forward. And again, will Governor Ferguson look at this and say, no, here's what he can do now, just to let you know. He now has that budget in front of him. He's got 20 days to decide what he wants to do with it. He can line out stuff that he doesn't like, basically cut programs. But if he cuts taxes that pay for part of the budget, that's a whole big issue. And that's when we could possibly see him say, if I've cut enough taxes, we're going to have a special session and retool this whole budget.
Okay, Matt Markovich, thank you for the update. We still have a ways to go, it seems.
And I just wrote this whole thing up on the website. We just posted it, so take a look at that.
MyNorthwest.com. Okay, thanks, Matt. It's 8:23.
And that's time to get over to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, just as I was saying, things were all nice and light up coming down out of the north end. We've added a few more.
It, didn't you?
Yeah, the good news is we don't have any crashes, but we just have added a few more people jockeying for a position on their way down out of Linwood. So we've kind of got a matching drive of about 50 to 55 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. For I-5, it's more just kind of, you're not at freeway speed with just a little slow and speed up. For 405, it is definitely some bumper to bumper here and there. Coming across the lake, we are starting to see some westbound slowing on I-90 getting into the Mount Baker Tunnel, but it's manageable. It's under 25 minutes from Bellevue to Seattle. 520 is wide open. Looking at the Renton to Bellevue drive of about 45 minutes, bumper to bumper up past 44th. Get a nice long gap, and then you hit it again through the weaving and merging from I-90 into South Bellevue. The Valley Freeway, though, is looking pretty decent. I mean, you won't hit brakes in Puyallup or Sumner, really even north of Auburn before you hit them, and we're looking at about a 50-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. Olympia to Tacoma's back under 40 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, still about an hour, but 35 plus of those minutes are from South Center, so you're going to hit the brakes hard at the middle of Boeing Field, and you're on them up into downtown. This report is brought to you by AAA. Don't take a rain check on your next outing. Feel confident on the road with AAA of Washington. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
Today, we will have increasing clouds throughout the day. Showers by the afternoon, a high of 56, 58, and showers in the afternoon tomorrow, 65 for the high on Wednesday. Thursday, the day Manda is looking forward to.
I would say just fast forward, but,
Yeah.
we got a little week before
Gotta
that.
live in the moment, Manda.
Exactly.
74 for a high on Thursday with sunshine. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds. It's 50 at 8:24. More of the day's top stories on the way. This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
She's local.
I grew up in Olympia.
She's experienced.
I've been very lucky to be in Seattle for 23 years.
Now, Manda Factor is home on KIRO Newsradio.
This is where I want to be. It's where I've always wanted to be.
Experience matters. Experience for yourself. Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. Every morning 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too, going to work for you.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
See the new phase of premium view lots at Natchez RV Resort, and they start at just $80,000. Don't miss your opportunity to get first pick. Reserve your showing now. 800-422-6009. NatchezRVResort.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. What was supposed to be a celebration of culture turned into a nightmare for thousands in Vancouver, BC this weekend.
A Filipino dance group from Seattle just escaped a deadly attack there, where a suspect drove his SUV into a crowd and killed 11 people. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
And one day after that attack, one of the members of that dance group, Devin Cabanilla, shared on social media.
I'm safe. The kids are safe, especially. We're all very shaken up knowing that the people who are around us yesterday may not be alive.
Devin was at the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival Saturday with his family and his friends celebrating Filipino heritage. He says many of the people in his dance group left the festival just minutes before police say the suspect, a 30-year-old, drove his Audi SUV around a barrier and into a crowd. Among the 11 people killed, victims as young as 5 years old. Devin also talked about security there.
They say on the news there were barricades. Barricade was just like long plank of wood. It's not a concrete barrier or steel chains, and it's all people, just volunteers in orange vests. And I don't remember seeing any police.
Investigators are not calling this an act of terrorism. Instead, they say the suspect had a significant history with police and with mental health professionals. As for Devin and the Seattle dance troupe he was there with, all of them escaped unharmed. Thankfully, they are back home safe in Seattle.
Thank you, Luke. Washington's new $77.9 billion budget passed just hours before the session deadline yesterday. House Democrats say it protects schools and services without raiding the Rainy Day Fund. Also raises $8.7 billion in new taxes to tackle a $16 billion shortfall. Senate Majority Leader Jamie Peterson says they wanted to provide more money for education and affordable housing.
I think on those big initial objectives for the session, we're feeling very satisfied.
Republicans say the taxes will fall hardest on working families. Our Matt Markovich has written extensively about this, and he has a new article up on mynorthwest.com.
And a 6 cent per gallon gas tax increase has been sent to the governor for approval. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson.
If he signs it, it could go into effect in July with 2% increases every year after that. The annual increase advocates say is to keep up with inflation that has contributed to a more than $1 billion shortfall in the state's transportation budget that fixes roads, highways, and ferries. The bill would raise more than $3 billion over 6 years.
Is 8:34 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and watching the roads is Chris Sullivan.
And the heaviest part of the drive now, northbound I-5, trying to work from the middle of Boeing Field past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. 35 minutes, though, from South Center to downtown is about average. And behind that, we've got about a 20-minute trip through South Center. So we're back under an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, which is good. Back under 45 minutes, probably closer to 40 from Olympia to Tacoma. There are some brake lights through DuPont, but most of Pierce County is cleared out really nicely and early today, which is great. Valley Freeway almost closer to 40 minutes than it is 45. Just a little braking at the far north end, tying into the 405 corridor. That's because the S-curves are active, and past the VMAC, it's going to be a little heavy. Get a nice gap, though, after 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue is about average. The Lake Bridges are behaving themselves under 25 minutes for either one, probably closer to 18 on 520, but of course that comes with the max toll. Looking at 18 itself, over Tiger Mountain is going to be really heavy there, getting up to the summit and then down over to I-90. That's just the brake lights. And coming down from the north end, 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, so a little faster than you might have expected. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
We have cloudy skies in Seattle. It's 50 right now, headed for a high of 57. You will likely see some showers by afternoon. Tomorrow looks pretty much the same, and then Wednesday will dry out. Partly cloudy, mid-60s, mid-70s in the sunshine on Thursday.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Sentencing day, Friday, Chase Jones, who killed a mother and 3 children and physically injured 2 others in a crash in Renton, was sentenced to 17 and a half years in prison. He had pleaded guilty, and King County prosecutors in a specialized unit handled this case. Now, let's head over to Casey McNerthney from the King County Prosecutor's Office. This is Amy Friedheim and Hannah Godwin, who are the prosecutors on this. Tell us what they did and what it was like in court on Friday.
It was really emotional. And I think from the second this case started, it has been really emotional for everybody involved. They and also Adam Euchre out of the King County Courthouse in Seattle. And as they pointed out, it's pretty tough because you work on these cases and then you get back in your car to go home. As this case was going along, Hannah was talking about it, and I said, can you share some of this with the KIRO Morning Show listeners? And she said, maybe after the sentencing. I went back to her and Amy this week and said, can you talk about that? Because I think listeners would like to hear what it was like from your side, and working on this case and seeing the vehicles at the impound lot.
When I saw Audrey Hudson's van, I just cried. You could see the children's toys and water bottle inside of the car. And to see so much destruction to items that I always knew to be so innocent, and to imagine children inside just on their way home, it was absolutely heartbreaking. But just that juxtaposition that his driver's seat was relatively unaffected compared to her van just being utterly destroyed. That's an image that will absolutely never leave me for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I know that it affects the police, the King County Sheriff's deputies who responded to the crash.
This is just a horrific case in particular, but so what overall can people do to keep their families safe on the road?
That's a great question. When I asked them that, here's how they answered.
I assume that when I'm on the road at any given time, there is someone driving drunk next to me, there is someone driving high next to me, there's someone speeding that I may not be able to see. And even though I may be in control of what's going on, I need to expect the worst of everyone around me. And so to always be aware that people around you could be drunk, high, or speeding.
Yeah, or distracted,
right?
Electronically on their phones. Doing this work changes the way that you drive. And the way that you look at other drivers. This job 100% makes you a defensive driver, not a timid driver. What we're talking about is being aware that other drivers are maybe not all together with it.
We're speaking with Casey McNerthney from the King County Prosecutor's Office, and he's bringing us sound from Hannah Godwin and Amy Friedheim with the Felony Traffic Unit. Really, when you think about it, it is kind of scary. There are people who are inebriated and should not be behind the wheel, and yet there they are.
The way that Amy described it is being really selfish, of driving in a way that you only think about yourself. But that's the responsibility on the road, is you've got to look out for your other drivers, even if you don't think of it that way. And Hannah also had one last message.
Anytime you leave home, say I love you. I think that's the big one, just to say I love you when you leave the house.
Whenever you leave the home, that's true.
I want them to know that I love them if they get into a crash and they don't come home that night, because I know that's entirely possible.
It's very powerful stuff.
Yeah, I think it was hard for everybody, really on both sides. But that is something, hopefully that maybe while people are thinking about it right now, they can call somebody that they love and because it's so easy to push it off to another day, but maybe today's the day.
Always good advice.
Casey McNerney, King County Prosecutor's Office. Thanks for your time today, Casey.
Likewise, great to see you both.
It's 8:39. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the heaviest braking, which is on northbound I-5, trying to get up past the West Seattle Bridge. So we'll break it down for you coming up next.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Pike Place Market is going to be car-free for the most part anyway, as part of a pilot project.
This could be a fantastic opportunity for Pike Place Market.
Mayor Bruce Harrell said that he wants to make the market one of the greatest pedestrian experiences in the country.
It's just thoughtful, right? It's thoughtful to think about all of the people that would come down there.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
It's John Curley for Window Nation. April is a great time to spruce up around the house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. You could pay nothing up until 2027, and they'll include a free entry door, too. Why do I trust Window Nation? Because they partner with Milgard in Tacoma to build top-quality windows to their highest standards, and they back them with a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's 8:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And I want to thank my Kornfeld Law hands-free highway helper V, who let me know we do have a crash on northbound 405 right as you get up past Sunset, right there at the landing in the right-hand lane. So that's why we're still so slow through those Renton S-curves. So I appreciate that, V, for the heads up. We've got about a 45-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue, and now some spillover again on the Valley Freeway. So we're back up over 20 minutes from Auburn to Renton and closer closer to 45 again from Puyallup to Renton. Northbound I-5 is definitely struggling through the middle of Boeing Field. Also seeing some brake lights past the Kent Des Moines Road. So we're still rolling at about an hour from Federal Way to Seattle. Also seeing some brake lights on northbound I-5 right as you approach 84th coming off of the 512 interchange there in Lakewood. I'll check into that, see what I can find in the next 10 minutes. Over at Tiger Mountain, you're losing the same amount of time as you might have expected. It's heavy all the way down to I-90. Coming down from the north end, we're picking up some south end slowing now as you work your way past the U District and across the Ship Canal Bridge and a little bit in Totem Lake and Kirkland now. So back up to 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are good. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
We're going to see mostly cloudy skies for the day. Tomorrow as well. Showers in the afternoon hours both days and highs in the upper 50s. Drying out on Wednesday, partly cloudy 65 and sunshine and 74 on Thursday. We'll cool off to the upper 60s on Friday. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 50.
Let's head over to the news desk now with Katrina Gishard.
Police are searching for two suspects who allegedly robbed a 68-year-old woman in broad daylight. Bellevue police say it happened yesterday morning near the Factoria Mall. They say two people driving a gray SUV asked the woman for directions. After she helped them, the suspect offered her money, but she would not accept it. That's when the suspects got angry and allegedly shoved the woman to the ground, yanked off her necklace, then took off. The woman was treated at the scene. She's expected to be okay. Now to some scary moments for a hiker near Index who fell nearly 100 feet from a cliff wall. Sky Valley Fire says the emergency call came in around Saturday afternoon. Luckily, a handful of medical professionals happened to be hiking nearby, including an ER technician and several nurses. Sky Valley Fire says the group stayed with the victim until he could be airlifted out. He was taken to Providence Medical Center in Everett with non-life-threatening injuries.
Okay, Katrina, coming up, G. Scott stops by the show. He says the Seahawks killed it.
In a good way.
In a good way for the NFL draft.
Excellent.
We'll have him explain coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
Is your roof ready for more spring showers? If your roof springs a leak, Valentine Roofing has you covered with our Leak Stop Guarantee. We'll stop a leak in your old roof for free until the new one is safely installed by our best-in-class craftsmen. But don't wait for a roofing emergency. Schedule your free estimate now before you have the headache of dealing with a leak. With our spring priority scheduling, we can get your roof replacement started within just 3 weeks. For all your roofing needs, call Valentine Roofing at 206 Roofing today to schedule your free estimate.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Think about your home. Warm in the winter, cool in the summer. If any of these don't work, your quality of life is impacted. For a decade, I've trusted Home Comfort Alliance to fix and upgrade it all. Hi, John Curley here. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
8:49, and joining us from the G and Ursula Show and the Reset Podcast, G. Scott.
Good morning.
Hello. What a weekend, huh?
What a weekend. I mean, all kinds of stuff to talk about. But let's just talk about John Schneider and the Seattle Seahawks in this draft. I got a phone call from one specific Seahawk legend. I don't want to say his name because he's coaching with someone else right now. He says, hey, John Schneider's a monster in that draft. You know John Schneider did a good job when former players of the Seahawks are like, hey, I can't even front. John Schneider killed it. Well, what did he do? Over the weekend, they drafted 11 players. 11 of those players, 9 of those 11 were on the offensive side of things. I'm talking about powerful. You start off with Gray Zabel, the offensive lineman, check. Then a defensive player in the second round, Nick Amonroy. This kid out of South Carolina, let me explain.
Yeah.
4.3840. This dude is 6'3", 220 pounds. Vertical jump 43.
How?
Charlie, if you was a vertical jump right now, it might be 15.
No.
4.
No. Yeah, that's more like it. Maybe 5.
This dude is unreal. So they go there, and you're like, okay, cool, great job. Then they go and they get the tight end out of Miami, Elijah Arroyo. Incredible, great tight end, great talent. And then I wasn't even ready for this. I was on stage, hosted the Seahawks draft party, and I'm thinking it was going to be the last pick of the day for the Seahawks. And I'll admit, I was to the point where I'm like, okay, whoever it's going to be, we'll talk about it. When they said out of Alabama, Jalen Milroe, I said, whoa. Remember, in the last 15 years, before that pick, the Seahawks had only drafted Russell Wilson and Alex Magoo, and that was in the 7th round. That's over the last 15 years, and then just now they draft Jalen Milroe in the 3rd round. I'll bring you back down memory lane. You go back to 2012. The Seahawks had a quarterback in. They had paid this player to come in to be a free agent quarterback, Matt Flynn, and then they drafted a 3rd-round quarterback. Yep. That was in 2012. I'm not saying that's going to happen now. I'm just telling you how it feels like there's a repeat of that. Anyways, A+ for the Seahawks.
Excellent.
What was the vibe like inside that Seahawks party?
Oh, it was cool. You know what?
I saw Steve Largent was there. I was just so jealous.
Think about it like this. From the Kingdome to Lumen Field.
Yeah.
Right? You're talking about the cornerstone of Seahawks football. 50-year celebration, 5 decades of Seahawks football. And I had an opportunity on stage with the amazing people that were in attendance to talk football and stories with Steve Largent and Jim Zorn.
Okay. I'll sign up for that.
Do you know what I mean? Like, they're sitting there telling stories. One story that I'll share with you, I said, hey, Jim, tell us something about Steve you want us to know. He says, oh, I'm glad you asked me that. He says, when we order a pizza, if you ever have a pizza with Steve Largent, understand that Steve is counting every piece. So if you get to that 3rd or 4th piece, he's going to tell you, no, you've already had your allotted number. And to where Steve Largent's sitting there thinking, he's like, yeah, kind of. Now, Charlie, do you count the pizza when you share the pizza with somebody?
No.
I do. No, well, I mean, Charlie, don't you just, you don't want to like out eat everyone, so you see Charlie take one.
Maybe I do.
I'll take one.
Yeah.
You take 2, I'll take 2.
Amanda, you should probably ask him.
Yeah. How about your boy?
Oh, yeah.
Do we get to talk about that?
Yeah, we do. We do.
Congratulations.
Thank you. He is heading
G Junior
is heading to the New England Patriots.
So
He's
excited
heading
when
to
I heard
Boston.
This.
You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
I'm super excited. So he will, not this weekend, but they have the 2nd weekend of rookie minicamp. He's actually heading there with his best friend.
Is he a little bit excited?
No, he is. He's super excited. He's super excited. Again, his best friend, Travion Henderson, the quarterback, he's with the Patriots as well.
That's amazing.
It's gonna be cool. I have a deal though. Here's my deal. I will travel out there next week to see him off into the facility. I will not step into the facility or buy anything Patriots until I know what's going to happen. You make the team and everything like that, because no matter what, when you rookies, everybody's got to make the team, right? So I won't go into the facility and I won't buy anything Patriots, but I got to tell you, do you guys know how hard it was for me to post Go Patriots?
Right.
Oh, man. That was weird.
That's okay. Get used to it.
That was weird.
When he starts his first game, I'm not going to jinx it, but when he starts his first game, we expect you to be wearing a jersey.
Yeah.
Nah, bruh.
Okay, you're one of those half and half jerseys.
I can't do a jersey.
How about a half and half one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, we better get over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully. Thanks, G.
Yeah, traffic is, we're still struggling a little bit. We do have a crash on northbound I-5 approaching 84th there in South Tacoma. They moved it off to the right shoulder pretty quickly, so it's turned yellow on the map again, which is good, but we still have 40-plus minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. Federal Way to Seattle's back under an hour, so that's really good. The crash we have in Renton just past SR 900 seems to have taken care of itself. We've got a 45-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway, still about 45 from Puyallup to Renton. Out of the north end, we've got about a 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so we're getting there. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Look for some showers to roll in by afternoon. Tomorrow will look the same, highs in the upper 50s, and then we'll dry out by Wednesday. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 50.
Okay, the G and Ursula show is coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. Thanks for listening today, and you can always follow our show live on YouTube. This is Seattle's Morning News.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Here's what people are clamoring to buy right now. Poop from the Seattle Zoo. Zoodoo. You can get a zebra, you get giraffe, a poodoos. You ever heard of that animal in your life?
Never in my life.
Laura, can you look that up?
It looks like a tiny Bambi.
I don't know how much poop you're going to get from that thing.
That's why it's rare and costly, my friend.
Jake and Spike.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So, our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your time.